chat. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I have so many ideas. I have so much stuff I want to talk about. My fingerprint's dirty. Rude. Chat, I'm sorry I was late. I was walking my fish. I think I'm going to, every single time that I'm late to a stream, every single time I'm late to a stream, I'm gonna have to come up with a new reason as to why I'm late. So chat, this is your job now. You have to probe me on why I was late to stream. If I'm late to stream, you have to ask me why, and I have to come up with a new reason. Didn't let you redeem? Gross. Sometimes it's a server thing. Sometimes it's a weird server funky wonky that we have to do. Or that Twitch is just, some people's Twitches have a higher latency than others. Hi, Moonchi. Why late? I was walking my fish, chat. Chat, I want you to know that these aren't going to be real reasons that I was late. They're just going to be reasons. I defined my excuse for being late. I'm using that next time. Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the crab rib. I was walking Moochie. Oh my goodness. I have rolled a 0. Jesus Christ. I also didn't do my update today, chat. I didn't do my Twitch update, so I gotta do that right now. Live on stream. I have so much to talk about, dude. I have so much to talk about, and I can lean so far back now. It's so wild. Yo, what's up, Fuzzy? How's it going? You have a new West March character? Ooh, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Let me post my update on stream real quick.
It's so hype.
So hype, let's go. Ori leaning back, must have finished his session 0 asset prep. God damn it. I have a lot of oh my goodness, I can't even remember like half what I was going to say. Oh no, chat, I'm full of stupid. This is so bad. I'm full of stupid. There were so many ideas in my head and I wanted to talk about all of them and they're all gone now. As usual, fuck. Let me sub resume real quick. There we go. Okay, there we go. Dunzo. I've got it out. Oh yeah, better chair. This one did not belong to Rain, so it's way better. God damn it. New chair. Yep. A new chair, and it's white, chat. It fits the vibe. Like, what a fucking vibe, dude. This is so futuristic. I wasn't expecting it to be this cool. Ah. New chair here. New chair, dude. I love this so much. Finally was in a sewing mood, and I fixed mini plushies. Let's go. That's amazing. Thank you for the 3 pennies for Cherry. Very aesthetic, true. I'm so happy with it. And now I can be all the way back here, chat. Hi. How's it going? Hello. What's up, Meds? How's it going? Man, there was something I was gonna talk about, and I do not remember what it was, chat. Can somebody remind me what I was gonna talk about?
I'm skipping class tomorrow. My cold, it's on the line of being a common cold or bronchitis.
Oh goodness, take care of
or
yourself.
Or you give off the vibe that you know how to sew.
I wish. Yo, Undead, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, buddy? Welcome in. Whoops. Let me go ahead and add a little bit of time for that raid. Thank you so much. How was the stream? How are you doing? How was it? Tell me all about it. Tell me your favorite part. Hi, Doug. Gotta go for dinner. I'll be right back. Okay, bet. See you when you get back, buddy. Appreciate you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. It's gonna pop up here soon. I really appreciate you. There it is.
A tier 1 subscription to
You're amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You rolled a 6. That's not gonna make any sense to anybody, but God, that is a funny joke. Funny joke. Sure mode is turned off? Probably. Oops, I forgot. Let me go ahead and turn sure mode back on. Or using, I was thinking about using Voltaic's tool today, but I don't think that's gonna be it. I'm kind of interested in maybe showing that off a little bit. We can show that off a little bit. Chat, how bad do we want to see that? How bad do we want to see that? We have a lot of time today. We have a lot of time for an adventures guide. This is the most time we've ever spent on an adventures guide stream, so we could do a handful of things. And who the fuck am I then? What did I miss? Can the nanobot swarm species? We have not even started yet. We have not even started yet. So, we're talking about potentially adding graphics, and one of the things I was thinking about is potentially setting up what the discipline trees are going to look like, and then talking about Voltaic's tool, potentially. We'll see if we want to do that. The tool that Voltaic made. We're no one crow. Oh, but of course. I'm so unfit sitting on my knees that the PC is clenching my core hard. Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ. I feel you on that though. That sounds so uncomfy. That sounds so uncomfy though. What's up, Brian? Hi, babes. Way too long to type. What's our character is? His name is Quirin. He's a wanderer wielding a blade/needle. Oh my goodness, wait a second. Blade in his cloak and cap. Keepsake from his master and teacher. Oh my goodness. Where have I heard that before? I fucking love this so much. Can you guess who he's based off at all? Not a clue. Not a single idea. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, by the way. I really appreciate you. Swarm is a singular guy.
My knees are comfy.
We're gonna talk about how that's possible. Side note, I'm unironically obsessed with short dramas involving the most absurd plot lines you've ever could have thunk of. What? Oh, hold on.
If I keep gaming like this, I'ma have a 6-pack.
Fucking real. Oh my god. Abs while gaming? Real though. Jilly Bean, I need an example of this. Can I please have an example of this? Like a bee holder made out of bees? Yep. There is a little bit of work when it comes to swarm creatures. Well, how is there a hype train, chat? What are you guys doing? What do you mean hype train started? What happened? What are you guys doing? Guys, stop that. Bee holder. There's gonna be swarm mechanics in the adventurer's guide, so we're gonna talk about that a little bit potentially. Harry Potter, obviously. Oh, but of course, Harry Potter and his needle and nail and bing bing bong 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 bong. Chat, hands up for ads up. Hands up for ads up, chat. Forger, do you know how to make non-speedsters? Like, do you know how to play a not speedster? Lighthearted. Friend-based character of the Pale King, so I made a coral type character. I love that so much. That actually makes me really happy. It's the Lich who studies entomology. How could a PC who is a swarm work? I mean, there's a lot of ways. Swarm mechanics is an interesting topic. Sometimes Forager plays a stealth character by accident. Oh, Keelp only has a speed of 7, 8, 9, 20,000. I have to make fun of you for something. I have to pitch you shit for something. Derek's is 5. Oh,
Eight
Derek's
until
fair,
he uses sprint.
Okay, do you have a non-speedster, non-stealth character? Think like character that was revived wrong. Oh my goodness.
Derek.
Oh my god, you revive a creature wrong and you revive the maggots as a swarm
Derek
instead of the creature.
Just shared 100
Thank you for the daily biddies, I appreciate you. Fortune might physically double over in pain if he doesn't play stealth or speedster. Derek has a hammer. Ooh. Puppeted bugs in your body. That would be so funny if you tried to resurrect somebody and you just resurrect a swarm of maggots and you're like, yeah, I guess this will do. Because it's funny, because if you did that, it would probably be the same person's soul due to proximity. So you resurrect your buddy as a swarm of maggots by accident. Dude, you could write an entire webcomic on that. Like, that's a hook. That's a hook to a webcomic right there. So maggots, Dwarf Mage with 20 Constitution and Pathfinder 1E. That sounds fucking dope. So just Oogie Boogie. Yeah, pretty much. It's the story of Oogie Boogie. It's how he happened. I just want to say, like, I know this is bad, don't vape, kids, but, like, honestly, like, the vape smoke actually becomes, like, so fluorescent and pretty in this lighting, and I kind of love it. I am vaping zero nicotine. It doesn't make it good, but it is better than some amount. I'm trying to stop, but... Like, look at the underglow. It's so cool. I don't know. Speaking of characters, I need to interrogate you about one of mine, considering WM revamp and needing to think about the implications. I'm fine. Derek is if you have thrown into a fantasy world and given less personality, so no, he's not fast. Is he stealthy? Rich family has a missing heiress, so they adopt an orphan girl, treat her as their own. Then some random girl wanting everything swoops in years later, claiming to be said lost heiress. She proceeds to try to push out the adopted daughter by abusing her, killing the family dog, pushing grandma down the stairs because she knows the truth, etc. Story ends somehow revealing that the adopted daughter is the actual true heiress and was missing to begin with. Holy shit, there's so much there. God damn. No, I get it. I see the appeal to that. There was a lot going on there, and I kind of fuck with it. Wee! Killing the dog, is that a JoJo reference? Fuck, not the JoJo references! I'll be right back, chat. I gotta go grab my juice. Go grab my juice. Oh.
NGL Ori, I remember being a bit uncomfy with you vaping when I first started watching you. But honestly, yeah, the smoke is pretty in this light and good, no nicotine allowed.
Dude, my room looks so much different with this chair here. My core! I remember being a bit uncomfy with the vaping when I first started watching you, but honestly, yeah, the smoke is pretty and the light is good, no nicotine allowed. No, 100%. I wonder how many people, I've actually wondered this a few times, I wonder how many people have left because I vape. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I've been intrigued by that a lot in my life. Nicotine, no metals, yes. Generally, yeah. It's not good, but it's better. It's lost the chemical addictive property, and now I have to remove the habitual property of it. So much back and forth plot between truth almost coming to light, and then the family believing the panic covered. Yeah, that's fair. Will AG1 have a contents A through Z index? I have no idea. It depends. We're gonna see how that goes. I learned a lot, but I also want to keep things as consistent as possible, so maybe. TheTruth.com adds about toxic metal in your lungs. Lamau. I remember that. I remember that. Thank you guys so much for the hype train, by the way. I appreciate you guys a ton. I don't like it, but it's your kettle of worms, so go ahead and shoot your fish if you want. I'm gonna have a stroke. You should not have a vaping device sitting right in front of your desk then. Probably not. Probably not. Lurking, lurking, lurking. Thank you for the lurking. Lurk for power, chat. Since I'm back, I kind of left as soon as I rated it. The stream was nice. Was playing Hypixel Skyblock. Hey, let's go. Gained 2 mil profit. Holy shit, that's a lot, dog. GG, good job. Goodness me, there was something I wanted to do so bad that I forgot. Shit. I believe in you, Fuzzy. You can do it. Thank you for the lurk, Trank. I appreciate you a ton. Red memory go burr. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate. Oh, a double hydrate. I don't have any water. I have mango juice. I have energy drink. I have vape. No order. Oh, Volt. Do you want to show the thingy, the page thingy that you, the thingy? I'm gonna assume you know what I mean. I'm gonna grab water.
At Battlecrow 520, yes.
Bug of order. Not the community hub, no. The page designer. Thank you, chat, for the hydrates. Appreciate you. Malifors, let's go! Which reference? Which reference did I do even? You said I did a reference. I don't even know which one I did. The page designer. The page designer. Personal favorite is We'll Burn That Bridge When We Get to It. I love that shit so much. Malifaux is when you mix them together, right? You basically just say them wrong. Give to me a sub while I was gone. Thank you, Immense. Yes, thank you, Immense, so much. Oh,
Malifaux are mixing two known metaphors.
yes, okay. Forger mentioned Malifaux, and tick that off the bingo. Tick that off the bingo
Read
card.
it smashing
the
metaphors together.
I'm lurking as I actively ask my friend if she has aluminum foil so I could use this so I can make food in my air fryer without having to wash it. I fucking love that, honestly. That's actually so real. I fuck with that so hard. I would do that same shit. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that, chat. How do you want to do that? I was going to show it on stream because we're going to be working on the adventures guide. So I was going to show off basically what I've got so far, but put into the program that you made. Since it's not capable of talent trees, we wouldn't do talent trees yet, but that was another thing we were going to do is potentially illustrate some of the discipline talent trees since they're going to look different. Yay! Kettle of worms, burn that bridge, shooting monkeys in a barrel are some of my favorite. Shooting monkeys in a barrel to the point where I may or may not have forgotten the other half of a couple of them. No, that's actually so real though. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a couple of things. First of all, I'm gonna have to go here and then figure out how to hold on. Figure out how to swap tabs with a hotkey is what I need to figure out how to do. I never remember that hotkey for some reason. Boodaloo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That's the one. Okay, what is the hotkey? Oh, it's Control Tab. Wild. Oh,
Yes.
wild. This looks so wild. Control Tab and Control Shift Tab. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, chat, so we have the Adventures Guide. Let's go ahead and pop this up at 150%. And I wanted to show you guys what we were just talking about was this right here, which probably doesn't look like much yet, but basically, this is a page designer that Voltaic made. So let's go ahead and add the, let's go with an info page to start with. And I believe it is, yes, we'll do a new adventure to start with. And it is like this, I believe. Yes, it is. Okay, but this is always in all caps, so let's do that. Yo, Sherbs with the sub for 25 months is crazy, dude.
Sherb W.
Sherbs W is heck. Thank you so much, Sherbs. Thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate the heck out of you. Chad, this is wild. You have no idea. As somebody who worked on Utopia in an Illustrator file, this is insane. You have no idea how insane this is. So this is a program that Voltaic made to be able to make these essentially. But in like an actual format with pages and stuff so that I don't have to do a separate image file for every single one of these. It's crazy.
That looks so freaking cool, Voltaic.
I'm so excited for it, dude. No. And then I believe we do /call, right? And we can do it at the end of river. Yep, just like that. There we go. Perfect. Look at that. Look, there's a page already getting designed. It's crazy. Kind of, I don't know if is it Markdown based? I don't think it's Markdown based because we're using Markdown would be the
I got water in my
header,
PC
right?
still hasn't
Wanna mention
launched
the other changes to the
Discord.
website to go along with it yet? I'm down. What's the open?
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun.
Is it up and running now here?
Come on, no more games.
I love this website so much.
Say its name. Oh,
It's 90% Markdown. Up and running a few minutes. I mean, I'm down. I'm down. Yeah, hit me with it.
it's been a
Obsidian I've heard about. There's another tool that Voltaic made, because Voltaic makes way too much shit, and it's amazing in a good way, not derogatory. I'm gonna go ahead and just start pasting stuff in here because it's funny. This is one of the things, and this is an interesting thing, because for those who have access via Patreon to this document right here, you've probably caught a little bit of it. But I'm trying really hard to introduce some of the basic lore of Utopia in the earlier sections of the Adventurer's Guide. That way there's like kind of a little bit of setting, because as we've said a few times before, you know, there should be setting. The setting of Utopia should be imbued into the Adventurer's Guide. So this is kind of like what one of the pages is going to look like. You know what I mean? I'm really excited for this. It's probably going to be like at least page 3. Just mirrormyth.com, yep. Petroglass is really on those A through Z pages. So this is really cool. This is really cool. It does a lot of things. It doesn't do everything yet. So let's go page, what is it called? I think it's gameplay. I'm gonna show you guys another really cool one that I thought was absolutely bonkers. So if I was to make an orange page, for anyone who doesn't know, the orange pages are kind of where like items and things would go. And I'm gonna go ahead and put the Javelin of Disguise in here. And oops, wait, did I break it? Oh, whoops, I think I broke it. There it is. Crazy how I populated that, right? And we can do anything here. So chat, let's come up with an item real quick. Javelin of Sky. Fast weapon. Let's do a slow weapon. And you can put anything here, obviously. We'll just make it legendary. It's actually 69,420 silver pieces. Lamau. Fuck it, let's make Yushin credits. I don't think we've ever talked about Yushin credits before. Alright. 3 turn actions. It is not possible to actually have something cost this much. I don't think that's possible, but we're gonna pretend like it is. It takes 6 hands to wield. Range, let's do 1,000 meters. I have to update it here, don't I? There we go. Now it's actually legendary colored. And it is 81 slots. That was something that I considered adding to the Adventurer's Guide, was the option for 81 slots. I just thought it would be funny. Whiplash stash. Wait, I love that so much. It'll do 44 energy damage. Oh, my bad, my bad. There we go. There's a real weapon right there. Perfect. Done and done. Easy peasy. Optimizer suddenly become hundreds of slots heavier. Oh my god, yeah. No, it would become so bad. That's the thing that scares me about having things that are 81 slots, is that you'd be able to do that. Technically be able to dual wield 81 slot weapons if you continue just making his backpacks pure slots up to legendary. Yeah. That's the downside of having 81 slot builds, right? But it would be a linear value out of it for an exponential growth, right? Because 81 slots, you'd get like 10 extra RP out of it.
How do backpacks help wielding huge items? Aren't you supposed to put the item into backpacks?
It's by putting everything else away. Or in some cases, it's outside of that. It basically just is designed to take the encumberment or the bulkiness off of something, as well as the weight. Distributing weight, all kinds of things. Spell should work too. Ooh. so if I were to take a spell template. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay, so put it up here for some reason. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't... Oh, is it because I didn't put the end here? Yeah, but if I put end, then it, like, seems to not like that. What if I put a call? Would that work? No, it still is putting this right here into the bottom of the item. Interesting. Yeah, it's putting the spell description in the bottom of the item. I'm pretty sure that if we remove this, then the spell would work. Yes, the spell does work at that point. But end just kind of kills everything. My core. Fix that in a hot second, I believe you. Anyway, chat, this wasn't the big thing I want to show you guys. This is one of the big things that I want to show you. Hopefully, at some point in time, we'll be able to actually, have anybody be able to use this. It also doesn't have the icons in the background right now. I don't know if it's intended to. But anyways. Whoops. That was the big one that I wanted to show off for what we were working on for that. But I was thinking maybe opening up Photoshop and maybe working on, or specifically Illustrator, I apologize. And maybe working on what a discipline tree looks like. I would like to. I'm gonna take it with a little bit of reserve right now before I say what's gonna be open to the public, what's gonna be allowed, what's gonna be available. But that is kind of part of the intention, to say the least. Website updated? Okay, bet. Let's what's the... Yeah, that's it. Whoa. Whoa, big update. Oh, whoa. Everything different now. Oh, the top bars changed? Oh, wait, I love this. Oh, and it's so much more... Oh, okay. No, that's actually really good. Okay, dope. Oh, chat, look at this. Would you look at this? This is crazy. What if we join the Discord? Oh my god, it's Eco. Ew, oh. I don't know if that invite link always breaks.
I'm not here, shush.
Chat, Eco's not here right now. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what if we go to the homebrew editor? It
Hi,
does.
Eco.
Okay, so chat, remember when I said this is gonna be available to the public? Well, it is. That's crazy, dude. I can't believe that. That's so funny. And then the skill tree generator. This is the other thing I was gonna show you guys. That's wild. There's a lot of things that still need to be done in way of the editors and things like that. From what I understand, I mean, Voltaic's gonna be able to answer these questions a lot better than I do. But this is the skill tree generator. It's not going to make an exact replica, like at least currently. I don't know what the intention of it for Voltaic is 100%. But the homebrew editor almost perfectly phantoms what Utopia looks like, which I'm gonna have to talk to Voltaic about, because Voltaic, it shouldn't. I think that the public version shouldn't make exact replicas. It should make obviously modified so that there's a distinction between homebrew and actual Utopia pages. But we'll get that later. For instance, even anything down to like a little border or having a thing at the top that says made by, if that makes sense, but something like that. But anyways, this is the custom talent generator. So let's say that we wanted to make, honestly, let's just make the prowess tree real quick. Or a prowess tree of some type. Actually, you know what? Let's have a little bit of fun with this, chat. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's make an Among Gods tree. I don't think I have a full one, but I have a close to one. This is probably the one I have the most of. Yeah. It's not all of it, but... so this one is actually going to be a 5. So we have... consummator, which is beautiful. And this one costs 6 and 2. And we'll just leave that one blank for right now. Infinitum.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind.
Beautiful. And this one costs 8 mind and 6 soul.
One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine.
Question marks.
Baby, you got my hands tied.
This is not species stuff. This is definitely not species stuff. I'll give you that much. You can craft fabled items. Just normal species stuff. The ability to craft fabled, it's chill. This would be a wild species, I'll tell you that much. The Mirror Myth website is working mostly. Wow. Oh no. I don't think it's called this anymore, but for Forager's sake, I'll keep it for right now. It's definitely not called Maestro anymore, but we'll call it Maestro. And you can craft Ascendant items. For, I think, one of the highest costs I've ever seen in a talent tree so far, 17 mind points for that. Dissonance. You can craft items that require chaos components. Eco, if you do find something that is
17.
not trafficking, if you would be willing to send it to Voltaic or myself.
What will let us make
it would help a
self-replicating
lot.
items?
Exotica, which is craft items that require irrational components.
Wait, AG2?
This is AG2. Yes, this is AG2. Correct. And then we'll do the outer gradient. Let's make it a little bit orange because that's what it's going to be. This is called... actually, does anybody else want to say what it's called? Because I know that somebody knows. There you go. Does anybody know what tree this is? I'm sure somebody does. I'm sure somebody does. Because this is a tree. This is a planned tree. It has been public before. Irrational? No, not like that. Not like that. Like quantum. It's not called greater innovation. It's not called greater innovation. There's a name for it. If somebody can name it, I will tell you another one. Quantum crafting? Oh, you guys have no idea how far this goes. You guys have no idea. This shit gets real crazy real fast, dude. Yes, this is AG2. This is AG2. I don't know what that... No, it's on Patreon. The only way that you would know is on Patreon. I'm not saying it as in like, oh, if you're a lore
God
buff,
forging.
you know. No, it's just... Nope, it is not God forging. Quantum physics include using irrational numbers. Also, same goes for some electricity formulas. Well, yeah, irrational numbers all over the place. I'm not necessarily saying that there's no irrational numbers. I'm just saying that's not what it's referring to. I heard it. I misheard it. I love that.
Also, I am a fraud. Got it.
No, you're not a fraud, Sky. That doesn't make you a fraud. I just told you how it doesn't make you a fraud, and then you took your like, oh, that means I'm a fraud, and I don't know what to do with that. Chat, if you pick a tree, pick a core talent tree and core Utopia, and I will tell you it's a one total. I will tell you it's Among God's counterpart. Irrational numbers only exist because of gaslighting letters. I love this so much. Okifon, gaslighting, gatekeeping, and girl bossing. Forager, you can say it if you want. Chat, do you guys want an Among God's name for a counterpart? So imaginary numbers, rational numbers are way less out of the ballpark. Oh yeah, 100%. Or I can explain how this works, or we can just get back to the AG. If you guys don't want to know, I won't say nothing. We can just go back to the AG chat. Okay, so we still have, I think, a handful of species to work on. There's another species that kind of got introduced, and let me say that a lot of these species... Magecraft? Do you want Magecraft? I'll tell you the Magecraft counterpart. Knowing it via non-legitimate means is fine. That's fine. If you found it a way, then it counts. I think we did the halflings last time, right? That was the last thing that we worked on, if I remember correctly. A lot of these species are gonna go away, chat. So that's something to definitely consider when doing this, is that a lot of these species are probably going to get pulled out. Letters. Spell irrational. You see what's in there?
Yeah, counterpart.
You guys want Magecraft counterpart? Okay, bet. This is Utopia stuff. U/J goes to the Utopia dev stream. It's like, ew, Utopia stuff. You're gonna kill my dragons. My dragons. Oh yeah, dragons are gonna be a big part of the adventurer's guide, actually. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to dragons. Is it okay to talk about dragons?
At eco_the fierce bad eco.
That makes me feel like it's safe. Ew, it's Ori. True. I don't have a lot of money now. I think it's over 1 billion. Oh my god. You have over 1 billion money? What? How? Oh my goodness. I mean, I can imagine how. I could think of a few builds that might do that. That's crazy. Let me at least make a homebrew dragons first. I mean, oh no, there's not dragons. I forgot. There's no dragons in the core guide. What is Petrogloss? There's actually an answer to that I cannot respond to. There's actually an answer to that. And I will not tell you until, I mean, you might be able to figure it out tomorrow. What?
I do be vanishing now to try and go figure out what the heck Ty is doing.
Okay. Old people be like, I have $1 gajillion. I bought every house. Work harder, but I won't pay you. Okay, chat. Do we want to work on a species? Do we want to add more to the species that we have right now?
The editor has been fixed on that error.
Oh, bet. Thank you, Voltaic. Do we want to add another species? Do we want to work on another species? Or do we want to get into a little bit of the graphical design? Or we could do a little bit of lore and talk about Dargans. Thoughts, chat? Or, okay, I give you a fourth option. I'm not gonna make a poll for this. I'm just gonna ask. I'm not gonna make a poll for this. The other thing is that we can get into some mechanics stuff and potentially talking about some of these optional mechanics that have been talked about quite a bit. Lore species, the werecrow species, Lamau. To get the spell artistry icons to work like in the book, I can only imagine, dude. I can only imagine. So we have mechanics, species, lore,
At Voltaic
graphics.
Grid, I applaud you for your work.
How to play sworn species mechanics? It's one of the options. Yes, curses is one of the mechanics. Curses is in mechanics. I thought I wrote that somewhere. Did I not add that yet? Yes, it's right here. Diseases, curses, and oaths. Mechanics, okay. There will be swarm creatures. There will absolutely be swarm creatures, yes. And honestly, if there's swarm creatures, there's the swarm species. Ew, gross. Ew, I hate this forger. I hate this so much. I'm gonna asset birth 1.426 billion. Oh my dear god, dude, that's fucking crazy. Rain. Ty got to $1.426 billion. Dollars, not yeah. That's so crazy.
Never hand the game to an
Ty buying a major corporation near you. Also, with Homebrew Editor now, how will translation of books be published? Will there be purchase-based locks to those? I don't know what you mean by that. I like, what do you mean for translations? Give me just a second, chat.
No, that is the worth of an asset, not how much I have in the bank.
Oh, gotcha. Understandable. You could liquidate that for 1 point something billion. For translation, someone translates one of the full book. What next? I guess they can't make it available to everyone. Why wouldn't they be able to? I mean, when it comes to like, I mean, you can't just translate something and then republish it. You know what I mean? But I would be happy to take in somebody's translation and stuff like that. I don't know. Translation is something that I really want to consider, but being one person makes it really difficult to facilitate all of those transactions. You might be able to just publish it, honestly. I don't know. I'd have to figure it out. That's kind of the hard part. It's like, I don't know the legal connotation of anything. Like, I don't want to, if I admit to something and then, like, accidentally hand away my rights live on stream, that'd be kind of bad. So, I just say no to everything, and then lie. The other hard part is that when somebody translates, I have no way to test, like, their credibility or, like, what they did. You know what I mean? So, like they're going to be able to rewrite the entire book, and I'm going to have no idea what they wrote. And that could have some connotations to it, as you guys could probably imagine. Liquidate makes sense. Yep, that makes sense, Ty. I've seen that. I've seen that. That is the lying part, Forager. I mean, yay and nay. I mean, truth is that I'm finicky about it, and that I kind of like balance back and forth. But the point is that I want it to be translated, but what can be translated and what cannot be translated and who, you know, gets the rights to that book afterwards is a really sketchy subject that I don't understand enough to say. Let me say it like this. When it comes to Utopia, my first priority is that you play Utopia. The second priority is that you purchase Utopia. Hopefully that made sense. I'm not going to go too much into detail, but hopefully that makes sense. I mean, if it was like a fan translated copy, like if it was claimed like a community translated, then like, oh, fuck it. I don't know. Whenever I get one, it is multiplied by negative 838 million. Oh. Chat, what do we want to do? Next, not next one. I think I heard mechanics. I think I heard mechanics over everything. I think mechanics was the one that I heard the most.
Also, Ori, how many synonyms will you use in AG1? First book has them a bunch.
Oh yeah, no, there will be a lot.
At Fuzzy Flanders fully shut it down and start it back up.
Saying lore. Yep, I know that we got a couple of things, but I think that mechanics got the most people talking. We can put up an actual poll. I want them curses ASAP. What was the last thing? Species, mechanics, lore, and graphics. That's what it was. I don't think anyone said graphics. All right, chat, you can have a poll. You get a poll this time, chat. It goes pretty well on the one saying
Dargan.
Dargan, chat, make sure to write 1, 2, 3, or 4 if you want species, mechanics, lore, or graphics that we can work on. Type one of those numbers in the chat, in the diddly-doo. Aw, Forger wants mechanics suddenly?
Can a swarm be of different things? Like 100 bees and 75 ants into a singular swarm.
I don't know yet, we haven't written the rules.
I was basically the only one who said lore, Ori.
No, that's fair. That's understandable. Oh, hello, mechanics. You're back. Termite swarm is terrifying. Not voting for something that's not happening. Democracy, extortion, whee! No, lore! This is terrible, Chad. This is absolutely terrible. You guys will know nothing about dragons ever again. Unfortunate. I would have lored with you, Forager. Oh, it's evening out a little bit. If there was a self-replicating artifact, I'm not promising that there is one, but if there was one, it would be in the AG2. It's not going to be in the AG1. if it wasn't for Curse being in the mechanics. Teehee. Direct access to lore via like 4 different collections of DMs and group chats. That's usually how that goes, yes. If you just dive into the community deep enough, you just get lore. However, I don't think anybody knows how the dragons work. I don't think anybody knows the correct formations of all the dragons. And if you think you do, you don't. Oh, ring of pure gold that splits to the 7? That's balanced! The self-replicating artifact is a bowl of peas? Oh no. What? Also, why cannot a consumable break itself to create a different, distinct instance of that other copy? Are you saying why can't a consumable replicate itself? What would be the purpose of that? And also because self-replication is just wildly sortable.
At the Forager 56, yeah, that is the common lore interested active Iverse member experience.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, Sky. Introduce the dragon to the book and then go, I need to know how this works now. Oh, I understand. The self-replicating artifact's just a potato in the ground. You gotta wait a bit, though. I have a self-replicating artifact. Plant seed. Just give it, like, a few years. It'll be fine. I love this so much. Okay, chat. I think mechanics have won. Let's go ahead and figure out what mechanics we want to do exactly. So there's a handful to talk about. So we talked about a little bit. Oh my goodness. Oh, we could talk about dynamic initiative. Did we do it? Ray just gave me the worst fucking look. Did we do it on stream? Did we showcase dynamic initiative on stream? Did we? I think we might have. Okay, we can skip over that then. Diseases and curses. Standard actions, because Utopia doesn't have a push mechanic, chat. There's no way to push a creature in raw rules other than telekinetic force. So probably one of those would be good. We'll skip this. We don't need to talk about this. No one cares about this. More languages, of course. And then for optional rules, quote unquote, we have swarm mechanics or swarm combatants, carrying other creatures.
Me cares about that.
And you know what else Utopia doesn't have? Anything that has to do with lighting. So dim and dark regions will be another thing. The game I'm playing doesn't like when you keep doubling things. It turns into a big negative number more often than not. In any case, I should head out now as there's nothing I'm needed for. That's weird that, oh, is it for money? For money, that makes sense, actually. If it's for money, that makes sense. Swarm mechanics. Light level mechanics, yeah. The hard part is that now, if we add light level mechanics, none of the core species have night vision. Whoops. Dim and dark or dimmadome. Dim, dark, dimmadome. Domes and the dimdale, dark, dimmadome. Okay. I think the one that I have a basis for in my head, like I know what it's going to be the best out of all of these mechanics, is probably creature and carrying capacity. Carrying a creature. Lunars feel like they should have night vision? Probably. I want to see lighting. That way I can shoot light source from in a room to gain even more favor on stealth. But, like, lighting is, like, so basic, right? Like, if it's dark, then you have the blindness effect. Clap, clap. We go home. Self-replicating artifact is a hat that infinitely grows tall. God damn it. Do we want to work on lighting? Lighting seems awfully popular right now. Okay, yeah, let's do lighting. This guy wants to curse people who call him the main character. I bet they do. Let your light shine down. Okay. So, I think one of the things I want to say is any image creation effect, such as the art of illusion, may create bright, vivid lights. Whoops.
At the Forager 56 I will not confirm nor deny, no really, I just wanna curse my characters for that juicy lore, and trauma.
Bright lights cause blindness too? I don't think so. I don't think so. No, not innately. Reach that can produce light. Produce visible, seeable light up to how far? How far is bright but not blinding?
At Sky_Heights Kylf is technically cursed.
I've heard of a flashbang.
It's the reason every mask he makes ends up breaking.
But illusion is not capable of that. It is, but it's a separate effect. Illusion can do that, but it cannot do that through just image creation. 50 feet, Utopia does not use feet. Utopia uses meters. How far does a really bright light shine? Actually, this is really... Google be my guide. How far does a bright lantern shine? Camping activities are over 300 feet for high-powered models. 300 feet? Like 100 meters? Do we get 100 meters of visible light? Because, I mean, like, this is how powerful illusion can get, right? This is how bright you can get something before it gets blinding. Ew, British measurements. I think 50 meters would be fair. I think we can say 50 meters to 50 meters. What rarity is a consumable that has a singular use of creating a copy of itself? No. No, that would not. It would not exist. It would be fabled at least. You get a decent source. It doesn't really matter. I don't need like an amazing, like, I don't need a research paper here. I just really need like a word. So reach out 200 meters or more. Yeah, we don't need that much. We can do 50 meters. 50 meters is fine. Because that is so extortable, it's not even funny. American, even I know almost everywhere else in the world use meters. Ha, you're an American. Why is that so funny? I disagree. You should meet the Utopia community. Nothing's a party trick. Everything is a way to get 4,000 spell cap. You're worse. You're Canadian.
If nothing is a party trick, then everything is a party trick.
I mean, to an extent, yeah, you got that. You got me on that one. No party tricks. What about bards? Bards have a spell cap of 4 million. That's the party trick. They can kill God like everybody else can. Upon using this optional ruling, copper dwarves. Do automatons innately get night vision? Because this is an optional ruling, so I was considering having a retroactive night vision ability. I don't think automatons do because I think they already passed their quirk limit. Iron dwarves. Lunar elves. Twilight elves? Sure. But not solar elves. Automatons are already way beyond their quirk limit. Bioluminescence is a thing.
Does it make light?
Yes, it does. What's that? Demonic ambience would make sense. I think that's everything. I don't think anything else gets night vision. Oxdye? No? Okay. Astute Oxdye. That's what their pheromones do. I would assume so.
Demonic cambions have night vision? This makes so many scenes so much freaking easier.
Oh no, the complete all redeemed. There's
I
not
hate the
a
box
guide
so much.
yet. The guide is currently asking Voltaic. This poor box being so mean.
Where can one acquire such for hidden person? At the Forager
Okay, there we go.
56. Well, congrats. At Petriglass_Tower, we don't have vampires.
Yet. Okay, there we go. I think that's a good set of checks and balances when it comes to okay. Such as fire or heat damage may naturally cause bright or less cause dim source of light. That small as a candle flame. Make an area stretching 10 meters out visible and illuminated. Does a candle reach out 10 meters? A candle's really bright in darkness, in my opinion, but I'm gonna say 5 meters. Okay.
Reverse werewolf. Anytime he sees a full wolf, he turns into the moon.
Jesus Christ.
Yee. And vampire. Laughing face.
Okay. That's basically dim and dark regions. I mean, it's really... I don't know what else we can add to this. If you guys have any... I don't know if you guys have anything else that you feel like is required for night vision, but I mean, that's basically it, right? Is that if something's illuminated, then it's fine. If something is dark, then creatures inside are considered blind unless they have night vision, and that's it. A bright source of light spans out 50 meters. A dim source of light only spans out 5 meters. Yes, it says in here, a night vision is a quirk that costs 0 quirk points. Nope. And it's not going to because this is in the optional rules. I think I disagree. I don't think it makes sense to put a permanent quirk in an optional rule set.
Why is it?
Utopia was designed around the idea that darkness does not impede you. So adding it retroactively, I feel like it's just, I don't like adding these big mechanics that like, okay, so for instance, lunar elves would have night vision. And it's gonna be really weird.
Do Eldritch Cambions have night vision?
No species has night vision innately unless your GM decides to use this optional ruling. That's basically what I'm trying to say here, is that
Why
we
not?
should not be giving it retroactively to them. Because no species has night vision unless your GM decides to implement this optional rule of light mechanics. If they do decide to, they can tell you what species have night vision.
So then, species, because like you're saying, hey,
Ori, if you want to talk about light, you should talk about light
species that
adjustment.
exist have night vision if you want to implement them. But then when you make future species, how would you be like, hey, if you are using night vision, they have night vision?
Because night vision is a quirk that costs 0 quirk points.
Yes, but how do you, when you put a new species in a book?
I don't. It's an optional rule. That's for the GM to decide.
But you have a list of species.
No, I don't. I took that out.
Oh, okay.
So, by GM discretion, extra species can have night vision innately? Yes. It's a 0 quirk point. It's a 0 quirk point quirk. So, a GM could be like, I know it's from the core book, but because we're using light mechanics, your species has dark vision. That's all. But basically, if something is a bright source of light, it illuminates out to 50 meters. If it's a dim source of light, it illuminates out to 5 meters. Anything that does image creation, such as the Art of Lucian, can create up to bright sources of light, which is 50 meters. If you have no visible light and you don't have night vision, you are blinded. And if you are shrouded in darkness, you gain an additional point of favor for stealth. That's all.
At the Forager 56 at TBH, for me it's vibes.
I think that's about the long and the short of lit and dark regions. If you guys have anything else that you feel like we need to add, I'm down for it, but I think that's about it.
Curses. Curses. Curses.
Did you say creature carrying capacity? How long can I skirt around and make it so that curses happen last? Chat, I need excuses. Contact the person to help with making a website homebrew. It's Voltaic. Volt! Are you here? This is how.
Wow. Let's work on creature carry capacity.
Creature carry capacity. What a good idea. Rain, what do you think we should work on? Creature carry capacity.
Okay.
Rain said creature carry capacity. It's not like we can make you do anything, Ori. I mean, you can't, but you kind of can. Slay descends
At
from a
Sky
ceiling in Spider-Man
_height
style, but I
steal
fuck
his
it up right at
kneecaps.
the last second and fall into the floor. I stayed up too long and passed the fuck out, and I just woke up. What did I miss?
Hi, Dino.
Hi. How's it going, Dino?
At the
we
Forager
just did
56, I will.
light and dark region mechanics, and also there's whoops, that's the button. And also the community hub on the Mirror Myth website now has this homebrew editor where you can type stuff and add pages, like lore pages, and use Discord titling.
I can't breathe, Ori, I flexed too hard.
I flexed too hard, too close to the sun. Flex too close to the sun.
Wait, we can make lights? I can be Hatsune Miku?
Yes, you can. And yes, you can. A version of a homebrew Utopia module. Wow. So this is a thing that will take made. You can find this on the website. Which is just one thing. It's probably going to get modified because, like I said, I feel like it should have kind of like a little watermark, or it should have a different border to make it obvious that it's not a real Utopia page. Because right now, this does a very good job of copying a Utopia page, and I think it should be proven that it's like, hey, this is Utopia homebrew, not Utopia the book. This didn't come from the actual thing. Mwah. I have no idea if it can do latex, honestly. This is also the talent tree, which I never told you guys the answer to. So this talent tree, just so you guys know, from Among Gods, is known as Revolution. So the upgrade to innovation is called Revolution, and this is where you get the 4 new God components, which is Absolution components, Infinity components, Chaos components, and Irrational components. Those are 4 new components that get introduced into crafting in Among Gods, as well as the 2 rarities, Fabled and Ascendant. The other one that you guys asked for, which was Magecraft, the upgrade to the Magecraft tree is called Aetherworks.
I thought it was Revelation. I told you I misheard it.
That's Infinity components. Yes, it's a fucking nightmare. It's so powerful, chat. It's so fucking powerful. Anyways, we were working on lit and dark regions. The TLDR is that a bright source of light gives you light out to 50 meters, and a dim source goes out to 5 meters. If you're in the darkness and you don't have night vision, then you are blinded. If you're in the dark, you gain a point for stealth. You get a point of favor for stealth. Night vision is because light and dark regions is an optional rule. Night vision is considered a 0 quirk point quirk that a GM can retroactively give to a species. For instance, lunar elves likely have night vision. Because light and dark mechanics were not designed in the initial game, lunar elves and feature species will not be given that quirk. However, GM could be like, hey, we're playing with light and dark regions, so I'm giving lunar elves night vision. That's up to them. Ooh. Already making a portable darkness spell and installing it to Arachnius. I love that so much.
At Sky_Heights yet, TBH I got a piddle feedback about it not being like Suyuhu upper asterisk great, but I think it came out good.
Portable darkness, put a blindfold on their eyes. Portable darkness, it's a sock. It's a sock you put on their head.
Suuwa per great.
Want to play a warlock who just does
He's
their
currently
own
rolling 9d6. 10d6 with his next spec, and potential for more later. One more is awesome.
Okay, so do we actually want to do creature carrying
At
capacity, or
Diamond
do you want to
Thedino
move to
plushie,
curses,
hahaha,
chat?
wonderful.
Curses, more standard actions, or carrying capacity, or swarm combatants? Actual show of hands, what you guys would like. Curse me like one of your foul demons. I actually want to do carry capacity. Can we do anything other than curses? Absolutely, Rix. I love that idea. Carry capacity, then curses, so Sky doesn't make another attempt in my life. I love that so much. Show of hands, beautiful. My vote counts for negative at this point, so I will not be voting. Okay, so -1 vote to curses. Perfect. That means creature carry capacity has 1. Delicious. Okay. So for anyone who doesn't know, I'm gonna put a quick, or can you carry us? Absolutely. Whoops. As for anyone who doesn't know, the way that the initial mechanics were intended is small creatures weigh between 9 slots to 27 slots. Medium creatures are 27 to 81 slots, and large creatures are between 81, to 243 slots, depending on blank. I don't know. I don't know what it's based on. Plus all of their equipment. All of them are plus equipment. It can be really hard to pick people up. Oh, this creature waits. Oh no, give me this please. I want a suplex test to be canon. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. No, you see, I'm voting for everything except for Curse, so my mind's on vote cancels out your vote. Sky, how could you do this? The forbidden method. Okay, so one of the questions that I have for you, chat, and one of the questions that I've been trying to figure out for this is that if a creature, like for instance, if a medium creature weighs between 27 and 81 slots, what depicts where they are in that range? Is it just
How the
purely
heck do we
GM
do this
discretion?
asterisk, dear God?
Is it just GM discretion, or is it whatever? You know what I mean?
It's their height.
Their height? But like that's also arbitrary, right? Like there's no like downside or upside to being taller or
Not
shorter.
purely height.
So like is it just GM discretion? Because you kind of just get boned / not boned for being heavier. Like it's kind of an upside and a downside to be lighter or heavier, right? Because like if you're lighter, your friends can pick you up, but if you're lighter, everyone else can also pick you up. You know what I mean? Creatures come in different densities. Yes, I happen to be 4 feet tall. However, I am a golem made of lead. I feel like GM discretion is kind of the answer here. Now, here's another question for you, chat. So, if any of you know what the oh my goodness, what's it called? It's the square volume, square area, the square cube law. Square cube law? Is that it? Okay. An object size increases if volume increases much faster. Yes. Okay, that's the one I was talking about. So, basically, when we get past large creatures, right? So, large is up to 10 meters tall. Medium is up to 3 meters tall. Small is up to 1 meter tall. We see now that these are getting very much a lot bigger very quickly. Like, in fact, 243 slots is not really enough for a 10-meter creature. Like, they're more than that. The answer is that they're a lot fucking more than that. In fact, there's probably medium creatures that should cost 243 slots, but I digress. So, do we up this numby? Do we make this numby bigger? Or do we just leave it like this, suspension of disbelief? And what happens to huge creatures? What is colossal creatures? What are tiny creatures? What is minuscule creatures? What do we do here? The TLDR behind square cube law is that when you double something in size, its volume increases exponentially. We think that large should be up another metric of 3. So it would be like between 81 and 279. Actually, we might be able to just think, okay, I'm gonna do this really awkwardly for a second, and we're gonna see, I'm just gonna write shit down, and we're gonna look back at it afterwards and see if it made sense. Hold on. Really shouldn't be able to lift something more than one size bigger than them. That was kind of one thing I was thinking, but the problem is that I feel like there's going to be, in the Adventurer's Guide, there's going to be entire builds, like for instance ant sectlings, that are designed around carrying things bigger than them, and I feel like it kind of takes that away from them to be able to do that. You know what I mean? Is my only fear. But this is an optional rule set, so I can't like give them a clause against it. You know what I mean? Because I can't imbue clauses against optional rules in main rules. Okay. Where are sizes in here? Who wrote this? This is terrible. I'm looking at Utopia right now, chat.
Ori, I think you wrote that.
Oh, fuck! Well, why did I down there do that? So we have huge creatures. And then we have massive creatures. And then we have colossal creatures. Colossal creatures are easy.
I don't know, Ori, why did you done there do that?
Tiny creatures are probably going to be easy. And then minuscule creatures. Okay, that's kind of all I really needed to know for right now. See you when you get back. So if we were to do this, kind of square cubic-y, like we were doing, then what would happen is, I'm actually going to write this beforehand. I'm going to do 27, 81, and then 243. And I'll explain what I mean, why those are there in a second. So this is between 729 slots to 19,683 slots. Plus all of their equipment, which I can't imagine matters. Cool. And then this one, this is getting worse. This is getting substantially worse very quickly. This is up to... I mean, it makes sense. Like, it makes sense, but this is just getting arbitrarily unnecessary. 683 slots to 1,594,323 slots. Plus all of their equipment. And colossal creatures are 1,594,323 slots or more. That's all. And then I assume tiny creatures are 3 slots to 9 slots. Plus all of their equipment. And then 3 slots or less. Including the ability to have multiple per slot. Plus all their equipment.
Far beyond a god.
What?
Just cuts the one being needing to be far beyond a god. That's the freaking behemoth.
Yeah, no, 100%. Is this the Mr. Or I Don't live? This is crazy. Absolutely bonkers. Can subtraits or traits add to the creature's weight and slots? I don't feel like it would make sense, honestly. There's a lot of cases where it might. There's a lot of cases where it wouldn't. And having that as a hard and fast rule, I don't think checks out. 19,000 slots, light work, the ant wearing 3 pairs of weightlifting bracers and a belt of infinite muscle density. Yes, I was talking about the ant sectlings because sentinel sectlings were designed for this, right? They like get, I think it's like a, yeah, they have 30x strength. Their carry capacity is 30x strength. Strength is not always pure muscle. There are creatures that are magically enhanced. There's a ton of ways to get strength in Utopia, and it's not muscle. I want to play the ant who can suplex God. That means, chat, for every 1 point of strength, as an ant, you can carry 1 medium or small creature. Per 1 point of strength. 50 times their own weight, up to 100x, yeah. Is mana weightless? Mana doesn't have a weight because it doesn't have a mass, because it's more of a concept than it is a thing.
Crabs are the ultimate life form.
Crabs are the ultimate life form. I think I'm going to round these numbers out a little bit, just to make them a little bit easier. Plus all their equipment. Man is canonically lighter than light then? I mean, kind of, but it's like, okay, what's an example of this? What's the weight of inertia? It's not really like, it's kind of a divide by 0, I'm gonna be honest. Mana is sparse in the vacuum of space though, so it is a thing-ish. Okay, so the way that mana works in Utopia is mana is not a fluid, it's not
I come
energy.
back when story stutters.
Mana is the size of the barrier between the planes and the aether, right? So the thinner the barrier, the more mana that is, right? Mana is the measurement of the vacuum between you and the aether. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. What's the weight of a frequency? You can't really answer that because there's no mass to a frequency. 2. Oh, fuck! Oh my god, Crow's Eye just literally like solved all of physics.
Mana is like a quantum field if you think about it that way. Different spots have different particle densities, as it were.
Precisely. Precisely. Yes, correct. That's actually one of the reasons why, what is the... What is base 4 called? Like binary.
Oops, all quantum mechanics.
Oops, all quantum mechanics? Quadral. Okay. Or quaternary. Okay, I thought quaternary was what it was called.
So
I thought
in
it was called
space the
quaternary.
walls are closing in? I mean walls between the other worlds are just stronger in space?
Pretty much, yes. Arguably. Because the reason why that, and a lot of times, a lot of creatures, a lot of spellcasters are their own mana batteries. That's why your spell cap kind of functions the way that it does to some extent.
__hides
This is
Don Cha,
not the
just
only
adore it.
reason.
I
Sorry,
know
the
I
Horn
do.
War? Yeah, there's a Horn War. This is not the only reason why spell cap exists, but it's one of the reasons, and that is that you are your own mana battery, right? Your energy that you produce as a creature, and the potential energy that you produce as a creature, thins that barrier some amount, right? Some undisclosed amount, some amount N. You know what I mean? So you produce mana by existing as a living being. Mana is kind of produced by a lack of entropy, or it's an influx of entropy. I don't remember, whichever one. Basically, chaos produces mana, because the chaos pushes that barrier back. Super Mario 64. Anyways, what I was gonna say is that one of the reasons why technology boomed in the Utopia timeline so quickly is because of quaternary. So in standard computer computation,
Oops,
we
it's
use binary,
thermodynamics now.
which is a base 2, but because of mana imbuement or the easy accessibility to read the current state of mana, because it's a sixth sense that creatures just have, is how much mana is in the air if people are casting spells and things like that. Spell casting imbuement allowed for quaternary, which means that computation started in base 4 instead of base 2. Influx, thank you. Influx of entropy. Oops, it's thermodynamics now. I told you, dude, everything turns back to science at some point. I try so hard to keep the laws of physics accurate in a world of magic, and it's a fucking nightmare, but I do my best, chat. I don't know, poke holes in it. Anyways, either voluntarily or forcefully may cause some level of burden for those attempting to move. Oh my god, you're right. You can make an anti-entropy engine with dispel and or a physical vacuum of mana. Yep. Utopia's Turing complete, chat. Take that as you will. Curse of being neurodivergent story maker is that everything has to make some sort of sense. That's what I'm saying, dog. That's what I'm saying.
Oh
Cheers.
god, I'm gonna theory craft some crazy shit now.
A slot value, much like items, they based on their size category. However, creatures will range widely, and the final answer as to their slot value will be based on GM discretion. I don't like how this is written, but we're gonna take it for right now. Different size categories weigh the following amount. Take up. Okay. Small creatures take up between 9 and 27 slots. I will add the equipment clause at the end to make it a little bit less encumbering.
Yet.
Anti-entropy field is strong enough to reverse entropy, would create a bubble of backwards flowing time, or technically backwards flowing casualty, but same diff, Lamau. Would this anti-entropy bubble idea work? Please look at it, I must know. I mean, possibly. There's a lot of impeding forces there, right? Because an anti-entropy, like... I don't know, because, like, imagine Dispel, right? Like, counterintuitively enough, Dispel requires mana to function. You know what I mean? So if you dispel good enough, you undo the dispel. You know what I mean? It's kind of an awkward... I don't think dispel is really... Dispel is not an anti-mana field, right? Dispel is using more mana to close the maw, right? It's kind of like if my spell is closing the doors, you're using even more force to open the doors. But ultimately, it's just flooding more mana into it, right? An anti-mana field is... hypothetically possible, but it's not done with Dispel. You know what I mean? I don't know how you'd create an anti-mana field, but it's the same way. You would just remove entropy. That's how you create an anti-mana field. Yes, you would need a mana vacuum of some variety, but I don't know. It's possible. It happens. I just don't know how to do it necessarily. My current of water is bigger than yours, Lamau. 81. Take up between. Betwongst.
Yes, you just remove entropy. Simple enough.
Yeah, just get rid of all that entropy shit. Let's bold these so that they're a little bit more obvious. So that when you're taking a glance at this, you can kind of see the bold and find what you're looking for, hopefully a little bit faster. Up between. Betwongst. And then massive creatures. Take up between 20,000 and 1.5 million slots. And colossal creatures take up 1.5 million slots or more. When considering the slots necessary to...
Wait, does something like a perpetual spell go out in an anti-mana field?
Yes. I would assume so. I can't promise that.
Dollar bits lifetime amount.
I have to think about this. Yes. Yo, thank you so much for the 20 biddies, Brand. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Is what broke? Is what broke? Imply that tachyons are antimatter particles, which is very silly, but I don't want to think about the consequences of matter and antimatter behaving that way. I'm really intrigued by that. What was the question? What if matter goes forward and antimatter goes backwards in time? What then? Ugh. Anti-mana to me would work as well as your mana being counterspelled before it's even cast. It's possible. It's a little bit awkward how that works because usually it's not necessarily anti-mana. I mean, there's no current concept for anti-mana. I mean, anti-mana is just the expungement of mana, I would presume. I mean, there's a couple of ways on how that might function, but...
Anti-mana is just a vacuum cleaner. So if you're ever cursed by magic, walk into the nearest anti-mana field.
Well, that's kind of part of the question, right? Because the question then is, so when it comes to casting a spell, right? The reason why Dispel works the way that it does is because it's not, a spell is opening a maw, which is an infinitely small, usually infinitely small, with some radius of effect, pinprick between the commons and the aether, right? You're poking a hole into the aether, you're sending out a signal, you poke a hole in another plane, and then you siphon information back to you and matter back to you through those two pinpricks in the planes, right? Dispel works by taking that and closing it, right? So you're spending more mana just to close that bitch back up. All you're looking to do is plug that hole, because once the spell fails one time, the spell's done. Well, I just threw out my headphones. So the question is, does that
Wait,
pinprick
Ori,
require...
the whole city is a spell, therefore it's in the Aether casting your mana out where its reflection is.
Kind of, in a way. So the question is, does it require a consistent flow of mana, or aka, does that barrier need to be a certain distance thin in order for that spell to stay there? And I think no. No, I don't think it does. I think once a spell happens, even an anti-mana field doesn't undo it, right? You still have to close the maw in some fashion for the barrier of mana to heal itself back over. I think that's it, in my opinion. I mean, I can't promise that, but that's what I'd assume would happen. Perpetual Dispel, unfortunately, does not work.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the physics mechanics of magic. You put enough energy to start up, then it continuously powers itself from the source. Correct. And that's kind of the thing, though, is that like... I'm trying to think of an analogy to this.
Whenever you cast a spell inside the city, it casts where its location would be in the overworld.
Okay, let me say it like this. Right? It takes bricks to build a house. If you build the house, and then suddenly someone takes away all of the bricks, you still have a house, right? Taking away the supply of bricks does not remove the house. The house stays, because you already built the house. Spells work the same way. You need an upfront mana cost in order to cast the spell, but once the spell is cast, it becomes a permanent feature of the world, until somebody actively undoes that. Dispel is a wrecking ball. So mechanically, once a spell exists, it will continue to do so until dispelled, but in a physical vacuum of mana, spells could not propagate beyond the caster's body. Correct. That is all of that is exactly true. Taking away the source of bricks does not remove the house. Correct. The supply of bricks. Yes, your mana, your body does hold mana, so you cannot remove mana while being there without some form of anti-mana effect, which basically says artificially extending the barrier in some way. Dispel is that's all, folks. You have to tear down the house itself. Yes, it's not Dispel is not remove bricks. Dispel is not remove mana. Dispel is take another active effect to counteract what they've done, right? It is a wrecking ball. Dispel is not remove bricks from the supply chain. It's, hey, hit the house really fucking hard so it falls down.
At Fuzzy Flanders, every Dispel summons Porky Pig to do the ending title card.
Or is Divert the River? What?
Counter spell, I mean.
Rule to take up
A
50
spell is a
slots.
house of bricks, and casting Dispel is like
12
throwing a big
slots.
brick at the house.
Yep, pretty much. Hopefully this makes sense. This was probably one of the best analogies I think that I've heard of from me, that I've made at least, when it comes to spell casting and describing how mana works. This siphon does also work if you're a nerd. Ricks. Spells like, we actually own the house since we own the bricks. This spell is just foreclosure. Okay. Creature carrying and capacity has been added. Dispel is foreclosure, correct. I cast foreclose. And then your mortgage increases. Anyways. If you're a nerd, okay, whatever you say, Ori Don't, creator of a TTRPG, game developer, sci-fi and fantasy writer, and LARPer. Hey, I'll have you know that I have not officially gone to a LARP yet, but I probably will in the future. I cast a late mortgage payment. The magic IRS is real now. Thanks. The magic IRS. I want to die, Chad. I want to fucking die. My house. Oh no, my house. Fuck. No, I'm actually so happy with this analogy. Honestly, this makes me really happy. And it answers the question of, does an anti-magic field dispel permanent spells? The answer is fuck you, no. It's just not. Once you cast a spell, it's just there. I cast tax evasion. I cast you didn't pay your taxes, Lamau. They're a swarm creature. That is the next mechanic we're gonna have to talk about. Are we gonna be doing swarm creatures or are we gonna be doing curses? Curses. Oh, curses. Lamau. There are pictures on the internet of you wearing cosplays of OCs and LARPing like a nerd. I don't know what you're talking about. No, no. Mock fights is not LARPing. I wish it was, but it's not. Goes to cast a spell, a piece of paper explaining a mana audit. A mana audit. Oh no. What about deity permanent dispel? What is deity permanent dispel? What does that mean? Curses. Okay, I want swarms. Swarms. so we're looking at swarms. So Kilp is basically just always going to have a scry 1, 2, 3, and 4. He's had them for you cannot. This is not stated in the main game, but you can only have one prospect at a time, which means you can only have the effects of one prospect, whatever is the most recent. That's basically tournament rules. That's going to be in Mini's guide. Like a deity bless the land with a permanent dispel of fuck you level. A deity is not different from a creature in Utopia. Like there's no active distinction between those. So a deity level permanent dispel is just a dispel with a lot of stamina put into it. I mean, it's the same for creatures and for deities. They work with the same mechanics. Also, dispel cannot be permanent. Deity or deity. I actually used the Stoneman instant built for charity. Lamau. Dispel, but it's the entire earth. Lamau. I've told you that multiple times. Why are you only bringing it up now? Told me what? I don't know. I just didn't catch it or think about it. So just to lock this down, Dispel is taking any functions in the area and setting them to 0, thus ending them, whereas a lack of mana and or anti-mana is just setting the absolute value of a region to space to 0 or a negative number. Essentially, yes, it's taking away the resource required to cast spells, but Dispel cancels an active spell. They are two completely different functions. The fact that you didn't give the magic another being doesn't qualify charity. Lamau. Magic is a currency? Mana as a currency? Wait, can you imagine how fucking real estate works, dude? In a world like this? Like how, like, sorry, we found a mana well underneath your house and your house is worth millions now. That's dystopic and I love it, Lamau. Frequency jammer tuned into mana, that's wild. Wait, chat. Okay, Dino, I'm gonna attempt to set your brain on fire real quick. Can you imagine that, you know, like a tuning fork, right? You know, like a tuning fork, you hit it on a certain frequency, or if you put like a high enough frequency, not a high enough, but a strong enough frequency up against a wall or up against a blanket, the blanket would wave. Can you imagine a device that you just shove against the barrier of mana and force the barrier of mana to go like this? What happens? What happens then? Tell me what havoc that wreaks. Resonant frequency, thank you. Can you imagine that? I mean, that's also kind of how Speaking Primordial works. That's kind of how Speaking Primordial functions on a very, very, very minute level. But that is how Speaking Primordial actually functions.
That's just someone making a spell of light and just smacking a tuning fork on my wrist.
Just create light and then just smack a tuning
Depending
fork
on
on
your
wrist.
medium, it could be catastrophic.
Oh, it'd be extremely catastrophic if you were to do it powerful enough. Yeah, that's how Primordial. What is that? Oh, yeah. In chat, we're gonna stand for this. We're gonna have a standing talk now. This is my mana speaker. my mana amp. Mana opera speaker. So the way that Primordial works, so one of the ways that I've told people before is that Primordial is kind of like me speaking through the chill in your spine. And the reason for that is because creatures have a natural sense for mana, right? Like when mana disturbs, people can just kind of tell. I call it a sixth sense. It's as if you have, you know, a sixth, you know, like vision, see your sixth senses, whatever, five senses normally. So what Primordial is modifying a very, very thin barrier of mana around you or around themselves to broadcast information to you. It's how dragons used to speak. It's how dragons communicate with each other because they can modify mana so easily. They were so powerful that they would just be like, blah, blah, blah. It was very, very fast and quick communication. Creatures later adopted this when the dwarves learned magecraft from the dragons and when the elves kind of took magecraft from the dragons. They took on this Primordial, but they were not nearly as powerful
used
for it.
to speak, why do they not do it now?
I mean, they do, but there's two Primordials, right? There's Primordial, and then there's Primordial, which, Primordial doesn't really exist anymore, at least not in modern tongue. So there's kind of a newer version of Primordial that was adapted to humanoids, because we can't modify, or at least humanoids weren't able to modify mana like dragons could. Subtle spells using Primordial is the audible component. Spine more like 4 heal, 4 1 damage cantrip, 1 damage cantrip hero with 8 HP and retaliation damage. I feel like I just had an aneurysm. Why does Primordial not exist anymore? And how does one do it? Primordial exists. Primordial still exists. Oh, why does Primordial not exist anymore? It does. It does exist. It just doesn't exist amongst humanoids. Yo, congrats on the 1k XP. I found a comfy sit. Yeah, let's go, Fuzzy. I think that's where I go, uh-oh, puzzle coin territory, should have picked lore. I have to man spread for to be comfortable. That's fine. Man spread away, dog. Whatever makes you, it's important. The important thing is that it makes you happy. Chat, are we doing swarm combatants or are we doing curses? Because both of these are a can of fucking worms. But can Eldritch Champions understand Primordial of the dragons? No, you would not understand it.
At Petriglass_Tower now, that's my question.
This is kind of one of those things that I say that it's kind of like using the same alphabet, but using different nomenclature. Like different words, different syntax, different everything, right? Consider the difference between English... Consider the difference between English and French. You know what I mean? They use similar alphabets, not the same, but similar alphabets, but their words are completely different. Latin and English is a much better example. Primordial, quote unquote, is Latin in this case, right? If you speak Primordial, you recognize the words. You're like, I know how to reproduce that, but I don't know what any of it means necessarily. Swarm. And Swarm Curse, turning the target into a swarm.
They evolved bird-like calls.
The way you say that, my dragon species actually use a different offshoot of Primordial. Interesting. That's really interesting. Wild. And it's all in like high musical sounds. That's how Primordial is often, that's how I depict Primordial, is through music. Because it is a frequency. It's a mana frequency. But instead of like hearing it with your ears, you hear it with your mana receptors. Are there languages which cannot be used to lie or deceive?
They have the same alphabet,
yes.
But French is mostly nonsense and curse words, while English is an actual language.
You can feel music.
Cause they are very similar.
So if you're talking about a language that you cannot lie in, I mean, virtually any form of communication you can lie in by creating
I need
a connotation.
Singer mage who sings in Primordial.
Probably my favorite example is Oxton. Oxton does
you
not
can speak
have
English
words.
Poorly and French easily.
Oxton does not have words. Oxton is a communication of emotions.
I like the idea of Primordial sounding like a musical type of language.
Okay, so theoretically, manipulating the Aether Veil, that's what we'll be calling for the barriers because I think it sounds cool, it does, itself would just let you alter the base difficulty or propagating magic through that region of space, i.e. making it denser makes the default multiplier on spell strength tend towards 0, and making it thinner tends the base multiplier towards infinity. Woof. There's a type of Spanish that's whistles. That's cool. Oh, interesting, Fuzzy. Interesting. Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. But the problem is that a frequency doesn't stagnate, right? It moves in and out. But so there would be a moment where it's dense and a moment where it's sparse. But like rapidly, you know, like, and you could do like a polarity thing, right? Like what you would do with like polar sunglasses, where you could shove a spell into the lowest frequency to take advantage of the low density. You know what I mean? Right? Am I crazy about that, Dino? That's how that would work, right? Like, you would be able to build a machine that could do that, because if you can measure the frequency, you can time the attack. Wee woo woo wee. So someone time travels and posts AG pages before you even wrote them, then I think we'd have a lot more and less problems than the AG, because somebody just fucking time traveled. Sounds like you need to look into sine waves. That's exactly what I was thinking. In I are high frequency, A, O, U, Y are all low frequency. Interesting, I didn't know that actually. Chat, I've only heard people say swarm combatants, so I think we're doing swarm combatants.
At Petriglass_tower, weirder things have happened.
Oh, I don't think I have heard. I don't have like really much connotation at all for swarm combatants. I have a little bit to work off of, but I don't know how swarm combatants are gonna work. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have some ideas. So theoretically, propagating a resonant wave through the aether veil would resonate it until the point where the density changes, because changing the density changes the resonant frequency. So hypothetically, you could do a heartbeat of a... Oh my god, you're right. You're right. No, that's so true. Oh my god. Wait, that's wild. Chat, the Lord! Wild. Wild. Okay, anyways. So that's what the heartbeat of an eye is? I have no idea, but today it is. Shit. Size may change based on number of creatures. Number of creatures is N, and modifies several stats. Stats equals 1/2. 1/2 N. Generally. Accumulative stats versus contingent stats, we'll call them.
My mobile keyboard is stupid.
Stats, 1/2 N. Contingent stats, equal to highest. Equal to... It's just equal to its normal value. Accumulative stats, SHP, DHP. Yo, what's up, Silas? How's it going? Good morning. Oh, wait, this also explains why lingering effects tick at the rate they do. If you change the period of the wave, you could change the tick rate. Oh my god. No, wait, you're so right. No, wait, you're so right. We're talking about Utopia, chat. So for all of my, like, Mirror super nerds, right? Someone probably remove health. I will get back to that in a second, Orger. I will get to that once we get back in the swarms. If that's the case, we're talking about Utopia. So for the super nerds, we're not talking about oracles. We're not talking about perfection. We're not talking about not. We're talking about Utopia. In Utopia, a spell ticks every 6 seconds because of the resonant frequency. But if you were able to change the resonant frequency, you can make it tick more or less often, which is fucking wild. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Anyways. Remove health from a being or a thing, you just have the ticks of health. You have a hit a creature and deal damage to the tick. No, that makes sense. Huh?
If you change the resonance, would it change the number of turn actions required for a spell?
If you change the resonance, would it change the number of turn actions required for a spell? I don't think so. And the reason I say that is because the turn action required to cast a spell is based on your teachings of it. It's your technique that costs the turn actions. I mean, there could be cases where for you specifically it costs less or more because it's different for you and it's not what you're used to, but hypothetically. If you're getting into mana physics.
So not innately, potentially.
Correct. Not innately, but potentially. So this is how you make a spell that deals 1d4 fire damage once per day. Yes, correct. The editor has been updated to signify homebrew content. Yay! Thank you. I appreciate you. Let's go check that real quick. I want to see. First, we close this. What's the hotkey for closing a tab? Nice. And then we will also close this.
By minimum, you need sine and cosine.
And we will go Community Hub. Homebrew Editor. And we will do an info page. Fair enough. Fair enough, yeah. No, that checks out. I mean, I probably come up with one that's like, I think over time the design might shift, but I think it does what it needs to do, right? Definitely official. Oh, and there's an author name. So up here it says authored by Ori Don't. Okay, cool. Or whatever name you put in here. I mean, yeah. Just wanted to make it be more obvious. I appreciate you a lot. This is definitely an official work of Utopia. And there's nothing on this page that proves that wrong. Perfect, chat. So you can find this on the website now. You can actually make homebrew content in the Utopia format. Of course, it'll have the big old watermark on it, but you can put your author name right here. You can save it. You can load it. It has item and spell stuff, so you can actually like make an item in it that just like this, and you can add spells as well. You can, of course, I think this went to the next page. It did. It auto added a page. That's cute. I like that actually. Can I actually not do that and just do a column? You can, bet. Okay, so there is as well. You can add. Oh, and it has the spell effects now. This is so great. This is so great. Hey, look, it's dispel like we were just talking about. And you can add. Let me add a page. We'll do. What is it called? It's gameplay 2, right? Yes, gameplay. So we add a gameplay page and we go ahead and add a specialist talents. This one, I think this one, does this one also have the, oh, it just added its own page. Okay. Yep, so you can actually even do specialist talents. Next thing up, I think is going to be, what's it called? Talents, like talents, and maybe just generic tables. There's very few instances of generic tables, but they do exist. I think the font here will also have to be moved to Bane Shrift to Voltaic, but this is beautiful. Hey, what's up, Cosmos? How's it going? This is the same subathon. Yes, it is. Utopia fanfiction for the Mirror Myth website. I'm crying. So yeah, you can make homebrew content directly on the website right now. Kind of cool, chat. This is Bane Shrift. This is not, I don't think this is Bane Shrift. This is up here at the top, but this is an Arial font, I'm pretty sure. It's also blue.
I am still frustrated why you not accept that bet.
Which bet are we talking about? Can we choose font? I wanted Across Galaxy to have a different font. I don't think currently. I mean, maybe if you knew how to do CSS, I think is what Voltaic said. But in base level, I don't think so. Well, there'll probably be a proprietary version of this program to make the AG in, if the AG is made this way.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, this is fair, but the option exists. At Diamond the Dino plushie, cosine makes is so you don't need to modify sine in a certain way.
Really freaking exciting. This is really cool, and I'm so happy, chat. I am so enamored by this. You guys can use this right now. You can go make Utopia modules right now. It's fucking wild.
The audio came out awful. I'm not good at it yet, but I got it done.
Woo! I love that. Okay, talking about swarm creatures, I think what we're gonna do is The stats.
I wonder how obfuscated it is.
To vehicles.
I assume we're gonna make poor editor Rain use the proprietary program to get all of our text document stuff into book form.
I'll be doing it too. I did the first half of the book. It wasn't just Rain. But also, yes, I probably will. Anyways. To its normal value. Based on a single creature. Vehicles. A single pip is equal to half the value of a single creature. If a creature has 100 pips, a creature has... Each pip has a value equal to the creature's innate value, equal to a single creature's value. It has a number of pips equal to the number of creatures in the swarm. For instance, example, if there are 100 zombies, their SHP, they have 100 SHP pips. A pip can only be removed by dealing 25. I think they have 25 SHP divided by 2. 12 damage in a turn. Doing less does essentially nothing. Dealing 12 or more kills 1 or more zombies from the swarm. Pretty much.
Ada.
The whole primordial conversation make me thinking of, wait, I'm cooking! I'm so excited. But how would you compute that? Because just change the amplitude of make casting more or less difficult. Actually, realistically, that's probably where quaternary comes from. Quaternary is probably an analog system that was used in computation in early Utopia. Because if they're able to speak primordial to move mana waves in a readable fashion, then of course that's going to be used in computation to make these big ol' honky devices. You know, why they have super technologies. No, I don't think login works for Mirror right now. Mirror there's currently no login. SHP, DHP, stamina, strength, or I guess I should say power. It's less being computational, more of a conceptual idea. If someone has seen a sine wave and a cosine wave, they can imagine that what it looks like is pretty easily. Remove the knowledge of cosine, and now it takes more effort to achieve the same thing, like doing 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 instead of 5 times 4. No, that's fair. That makes sense. Login works? Login works for what? Hey, cutie, so we need Aethermancy now. I want to snap my fingers and set the period of Aetherveil to 12 years. So I think that wouldn't be an art. I think that would be a technique, right? So like, for instance, that would be something that would be like in the AG under the studies, not something that's like considered its own art. But I agree. I do think that Aetherveil type shenanigans should be a thing. All of y'all watch out, I'm speaking British. I love that so much. I need to look through character sheet real quick and see
I think Aetherveil stuff should be a Myromancy feature.
It could be. It could be. I feel like it's kind of outside of its scope, though. I would personally say it's a little bit outside of its scope. Maybe I'm crazy, but... Okay. Speed, no. Dexterity, no. Power, yes. Fortitude, no. I don't think so. Actually, I don't think any of those do, frankly. Swarm creatures. Turn actions. Based on the number of creatures, it is flanking. It's a little outside of the scope of haha silly space-time shenanigans. You're right, but where does it go then? I don't know. That's kind of the interesting. I mean, death be told, like really truthfully, if there was an art that dealt with this, the art that deals with the Aether like this is necromancy. Necromancy's the one that does this shit. There's an argument for divination, but it's just necromancy. Like necromancy is pure Aether play. That's what necromancy is. Super Colossal Starship in a casual 2,877
Haha, greater necromancy gets buffed.
That's wild, actually. You can change the resonant weight. This could go in greater necromancy weight. Oh my goodness. Imagine being able to change the resonant frequency via necromancy. No wonder they become liches. Holy sh... Could you de-age that way? Could you de-age? Necromancer be like, I'm literally reviving them. Stop complaining. Necromancer's arcane focus is just a tuning fork. But you know what's interesting
That's
is that like
Chronomancer.
aging is genetic. Chronomancy exists, and it's a little bit different than probably what we're thinking right now. But that in freaking amount is straight to DHP is just one instant death. So okay. The interesting thing about a resonant frequency, right? The interesting thing about it is that you can't just do it on a per spell basis, right? Like you occupy the same space. Oh, logins and signups are working as intended. Tested just now. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, dope. Thank you, Voltaic. I didn't realize.
Also, fixed just now.
Thank you, Voltaic. Which means that like if you were to like change the resonant frequency to like once per turn action, I could come in and be like, no, and then make it once per day. And I just overwrite what you did because we share that space with each other. You know what I mean? It's like temperature. We can't make it hot and cold at the same time. If you make it hot, I make it cold. I overwrite what you just did. That's how a resonant frequency would work. Which is whack.
Chronomancers be like nuh. At Voltaic Grid, thanks Volt.
Okay. So, swarm creatures are approximately fucky wumpus. Can you please do a quick ask of the people in chat to do a repo for it and start it? Yes. What does that include, Voltaic? Explain to me what that means, and I will say it. Chat, there's a thing that we need you to do.
At the top, click star top right.
Oh, bloop. Chat, go to that link and click that button. What's the button for that? Oh no. Oh, it's this. Go into GitHub, click the link that Voltaic just posted. I'm gonna go ahead and pin it real quick. Go to that link, sign into GitHub, and click this little star button right here. Do it, chat. Thank you. It supports Voltaic a lot. Thank you. Oh my goodness, I have so many. What do you mean? No, stop. There we go.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, I sent you my idea.
No, I feel like no, I think in order to be a swarm creature, they are just fluid. They just have to be fluid, which means there we go. I'm trying my best to cry. All of you have work now. I shall be in the shadows, adding talents. I appreciate you. Love you, Voltaic. I love how always adding features in the entirety chat. Side quest for stream. This is the best type of stream chat. This is like our go-to streams right here. Important notes: frequency alterations only propagate in spaces with consistent density. So if you're sick of fighting a change in period, you can create a space with a different amplitude to create a bundle of space that isn't influenced. This is so wild. You fight magic with physics. All right, chat, swarm creatures, are you ready? They're kind of fucked. They're kind of bonkers, wild shit fuck. Approximate. Keep ripping my earbuds forcefully out of my body. If you could change the waves, that change propagates along the eighth rail continuously until a density change. It's all one wave, and different densities just make bubbles that would be modified by wave changes in different densities. Interesting. Oh, did I unplug the fucking... gosh, didn't shittily shit, darn it. So glad we aren't doing curses. That would be lame. Oh, yeah, no, that would be terrible. Unfortunately, I don't think we have anything else to work on, so I think we're gonna run out of procrastination here soon.
Curses are me.
Curses are me. About like all the species. Yeah, what if we just did all of the, what if we published the book and then maybe do curses? Okay, so the way that swarm creatures works, right? There's a thread around the whole world that shares the same density that you can send a change in a wave through. That would be kind of bonkers, yeah. How about the 3 talents from the studies you didn't make yet? True. Yeah. Alrighty, chat, let's do curses. Rick's end stream. Okay, swarm combatants, the way that they work. Their size varies depending on how big the swarm is, of course. There is a number of creatures in a swarm. Let's say that there's 100. They get a number of pips instead of standard health points. So a pip means that you have to deal an entire pip's worth of damage, otherwise you do no damage. And this is in 1 turn. So you have to deal a pip's worth of damage in 6 seconds, otherwise it takes no effect. Vehicles and buildings use this same format.
Note to self, never be enthusiastic. Will be bullied and denied.
No, Sky, we're gonna do curses. Thank you for your enthusiasm. I love you. So a swarm creature has pips. When you deal a pip, a creature dies. But it has a number of pips equal to the number of creatures in the swarm. Simple enough. If specifically, a pip is worth half of the standard value. So let's say that we have a zombie that has 20 SHP and there's 100 zombies. So you have 100 pips of 10 SHP. So you have to deal 10 SHP in order to deal 1 pip of damage to it. When you deal a pip of damage, one of those creatures die. Okay, next thing that's really important, that's basically just how it works, right? Their SHP, their DH, actually it's just SHP and DHP. Stamina is naturally added accumulatively. Nope, stamina's the same way. Stamina removes a pip, removes 1 or more pips regardless. Round up when spending stamina pips.
At Diamond, the Dino plushie might have to dredge out an idea of mine and attempt to adapt to that system in Utopia.
Spending pips for abilities removes 1 or more pips regardless. Round up when spending pips. Such as paying stamina for an effect. The important thing is that they get a number of turn actions based on the number of creatures they are flanking. So that means that the more creatures they are adjacent to, the more turn actions they have. Specifically, they have 3 turn actions base, and they get 3 more turn actions for every creature within 1
It's insane
meter
how
of
long
them.
it's been since I opened the digital book.
You can deal a bunch of pips in a single attack, right? Dealing 50 damage will go through 5 pips. Correct. That is correct, Forager. Oh yes, thank you Twitch.tv for notifying me that if I need something to watch, I can watch the new Twitch.tv/Ori Don't VOD. Unfortunately, I am currently watching the Twitch.tv/Ori Don't live stream. Dude, I need that somewhere, like, I need that, like, on my fridge. I need that, like, on my phone case as a sticker. That was so fucking funny. God damn it, Dino. I'm pinning this. I have a plug in the makes file look dustier the last time I used them. I love that so much. So this is how swarm creatures work. Swarm creatures, of course, they cannot be
So
grappled.
you can kill an entire army in a single swing, theoretically.
Yes, you can. You do not need cleave to cleave through a swarm. Swarm creatures cannot be grappled. Instead, if you were to grapple one, you would just pull one out, essentially. Swarms must be the same stat block as well. When scaling a swarm creature, consider the size of an individual creature rather than swarm size. So if it's a swarm, can you even scale them? I guess kind of. Yeah, I guess you can crowd surf a little bit, but I feel like they can still like fuck you up. No, I guess that makes sense. You can still attack a creature that you're creature that's scaling you. So yeah. So when you scale it, you consider the size of one of them, not the entire entity. What's that? What if we scale multiple at once? You know what, Rix?
Ori, I see old Myram myth layout. I am disturbed.
Just turn the friggin' swarm into a solid surface for you to run on.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, to an extent. Ori, I see an old mirror myth layout. What old mirror myth layout? I'm never going through pinned messages again? What happened? Just realized something silly. I've had a bot/potential scammer catching dust in my DMs for over a month. I love being blind sometimes. Gosh dang it. I love that so much, Munchie. I think that's kind of swarm creatures in a nutshell. I mean, I could add the official text for it, but I feel like this is kind of the long and the short of it, right? Hilarious. Let's move to lore now. Oh yes, let's move straight to lore now. No. I owe you. Oh, we can do standard actions, chat. We can still do standard actions. Oh, thank God we're saved. Goodness, that was terrible. That almost went terribly, chat. We almost had to do curses.
LMAO.
That was a joke. Chat. Do we want to do curses? Yeah, I think we should actually do curses. I agree. I think it's about time to do curses. Or it's around time for mental health break. So chat. This is mental health break. Make sure to go grab a snack, go grab a drink of water, go do your homework, go brush your teeth, whatever you have to do to be healthy. We're going to be on the just chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes. Then we'll get back to the next thing, which is going to be continuing to work on the adventurer's guide and finally getting into curses. This is my confirmation. Sky. We're missing 3 talents! Hey, so fun fact. With the working theory of the Aether Veil, since the difficulty of spellcasting is determined by the location of the caster, because they have to propagate effects starting from their starting position, you can just make a mana flux that's like a meter wide to jump out a big Mondo spell. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you'd have to make a mana flux, which isn't necessarily easy, but it's possible. Thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate it. We have been missing these sounds for several months. Yes, we have. And Rix, you will suffer. I'm gonna grab that snack. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Julian, I'm here taking so many notes because of the potential relevancy to the book. Crazy, right? Snack.
Yay. Make Rix suffer.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine.
the option is still there.
It's the most elaborate prank in Utopia.
Oh my goodness. Mystery box end stream is hilarious.
Oh. Is that possible?
No, not currently. Not yet.
Not
I have what is probably going to be the worst snack you guys have ever heard of, and you guys are gonna make fun of me and be mean to me, and I don't like it. But I have breadstick and a glass of milk, and I dip the breadstick in the milk, and then I eat it. I'm sorry for this, chat.
It's no worse than the hot chocolate in a bowl.
Welp, I quit.
Ah! Oh, I quit. That was easy.
Breadstick and milk?
Breadstick and milk. Please do not hug us.
Fuck.
No, wait, the real question is if setting amplitude to 0 makes all spells last infinitely long, since frequency also becomes 0, I'm intrigued. I used to dip my peanut butter sandwiches in Kool-Aid. What the fuck? That's wild.
Oh, right. I still need to get you to do this.
Hi, Lamb! Hi! How's it going? You dunk this bread and soda pop? I love this. I love this so much, honestly.
How about we doing a coffee maker?
I don't think so. We might
Hi
have-
Ori, it's going great.
Hey, that's amazing. I love to hear that. I've only done bread and coffee. Bread and coffee is not bad. Bread and coffee actually kind of fucks. I'm gonna be honest with you. Dipping bananas in a bowl of peanut butter. I find it's really funny to me to imagine a bowl of peanut butter because that's just not the medium that I feel like peanut butter fits in. But I can imagine it being good. I can absolutely imagine it being good. It's just a plain breadstick.
I dunked toasted bread sandwiching cheese into hot tomato soup.
Fuzzy, that's a delicacy right there. Okay, cool. Dino, that's actually really helpful. So setting the amplitude of the aether veil to 0 or setting its frequency to be infinitely fast or slow requires an infinite input of energy, which is thus impossible. Beautiful. Dino, you just answered so many questions. Oh my god, no wait. No wait, you just answered so many questions. Chat, I'm not trying to start on some huge lore kick right now, but there's one timeline where the entire goal of the timeline was to unleash one singular, hypothetically infinite source of energy. And I think we see why now. I'm a physics professor. No, I'm not. Please do not ask me physics questions, or you can ask me physics questions. Just don't presume that I'm gonna be correct. Black hole singularity? Way more than that. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna wash up my dishes. Or what is gravity? Ah! It's fake! Gravity's not real!
tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One from hoping, praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can we just say its name? Oh, running away and jumping the gun to play it safe. Oh, it's been a weekend here in this bed. Sleeping and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
Yeah. So hypothetically, you would ever get every part of the Aether Veil to the same amplitude, you have the ability to literally do a /tick speed command from Minecraft. That's so funny. That I fucking love that. Good luck though, since there are mana fluxes and the opposite thereof pretty much everywhere. There's one timeline where that might have happened. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe not to that exact extent, but to a very extreme extent. The technologies are making a lot of sense, frankly. It's a whole quest line. Or I was looking at Blood on the Clock Tower games, and one was called Werewolves and Virgins, Please Help. Yep. It's actually a really fun script. Good at physics, let's go! There might be a timeline where that happened, Dino. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense, frankly. Wild. Teehee. Whoopsies. I broke another timeline, mother. Hold on, chat. Let me just check a few things real quick. It should be fine. There we go. Beautiful. Or you really do keep breaking timelines. I didn't break shit. Dino did it. The book, something like this will help explain how the redacted has been spreading as it has due to entirely area having changed by redacted. You don't need that. Yeah, I don't think this is an effect we want to play with, Forager. I don't think it's an effect that we want to play with. There's a lot of reasons why it does what it does, even as quickly as it does, that I think won't break the universe. Interesting that are the two ways to impede a caster: a region of the Aether Veil with a higher amplitude, or a region of regular space with a lack of mana on a physical level. Yep. Add Dino to the stats to do physics and think the implications. Honestly, it kind of fucks though. Like, having just the physics is so helpful. Like, it's so helpful to think of things like that. Like, the way that the resonant frequency of mana works is like huge buff, dude. Huge buff. Dino, I need you to do physics and write fan fiction for me. Can you think you can do that? Make that your official job title. Fanfics and physics. Fanfics and physics. Official job title. Interesting. I can do physics and write fanfics happily. In fact, it would be my honor. Fan physics. Yes, fan physics. See, when you say fan physics, it sounds like there's not characters having the boner on with each other, but they're still doing that. It's still a part of the job title. It's crazy. Nope, they still smooch. They still smooch in the books. Even though it says fan physics, makes it sound like I'm making up physics. No, actually, funny story, all of the physics are real, it just has people smooching. There's no Discord title time. Fanfic 6. But do they gay? Oh, they gay all the time. Dog, the Pious Redemption cast is 5 men. Tell me if they gay. Tell me right now if they gay. Anyways. I do be laughing so hard. I'm fine, chat. I'm fine. Do they gay? Tell me. Tell me, do they gay? Fuck. Gay is so much funnier as a verb. Anyways. They do! Bias cast? Gay? Nah, what makes you say that? They have kisses each other. Trust. They have kiss. They smooch. The bias cast smooch. I am gay. Inspector is important. I know. Are they gay? Fucking Christ, dude. I'm crying. I need to stop leaning back so much. I presume that the audio just gets worse, and my camera does get out of focus, I can tell, whenever I lean back in my chair. But it's so fucking comfy, chat. What do I do? It's just so comfy. It's just so comfy. But I probably sound like I'm far away now. And my camera's literally out of focus now. The Biofuel gay? No. Glance at the age-gated chapters I have planned. Okay, but Dino, like, how do you make... This is so bad. How do you make...
We are lucky chat doesn't know much of the Pia's return cast to create fanfics.
Okay,
Yeah.
but if you have like a resonance mana frequency, if you have like a mana resonance frequency, then you could absolutely do like a tempo scene in like a triple X scene. Like, tell me I'm wrong, right? Like, Primordial is basically music on steroids. Like, come on, write me a triple X scene that uses this. I know you can do this, Dino. This is like the entry to become the fan fizz fix. The fan fizz fix. Oh, I don't know how to say that. You get my point. I wait patiently for my meal, Lamau. Oh no, Pia's return fanfics are gonna be so good, dude. We're gonna be so fucked. Oh dear God. Oh Jesus fuck. Oh no, not the complete all redeems. Not the complete all redeems. Okay, so if you make the period fast enough, you could do almost infinitely fast dirty talk. That's so fucking funny, dude. Me when I whisper you sweet nothings at Mach literally a million. When Dino's doing this, how the heck am I supposed to be important? Sky, shut up. Fan Fizz 6. Fan Fizz 6. Fan Fizz 6. FPC. FPS? FPS? What? I will punch you into the sun. I don't know why, but the scene of Moonchi punching Sky into the sun entered my brain, and it's perfect. That's gonna be my brain's new fucking wallpaper, dude. Jesus Christ. I'm just right, I truly don't get it. Shush. How did you get the FPS joke before I freaking posted it? God damn it. It all came together, chat. The terrible scheme all came together at once. In a terrible storm of frequency and probably a little bit of smooching. Cox Chonkla? Fuck. Thank you, Moonchi, for the Chonkla. Why am I in Ori's mental wallpaper? You're flying to the
you make
wallpaper.
the period infinitely fast, you can do a sensory eruption spell that ticks as quickly, or as slowly, as you want. Lovely, smiley face.
Oh, face on time, on beat.
Probably
oh,
a bit of smooching, no.
Probably a bit of smooching, no.
There will
That's
be
so
no
fucking funny.
smooching.
God damn it.
0 smooching. Maybe -1.
When you unsmooch, so when you smooch so much, you negative integer overflow into -1. Yes, your threats are a part of my mental wallpaper. I just see Moonchi punting Sky into the sun. Amazing information for a certain sexling boy. Oh no. I wish I had my Discord reaction gifts so I could just slow turn. Honestly though. Okay, chat, we have to actually work on the document at some point. I think we have to build the game. We have to build the game or whatever. We don't have to. I mean, next up is curses anyway, so we can just hold it off, right? I really cannot anymore. Oh. Thanks for the smooch, Voltaic. It's actually end stream, please. I'm smiling evilly at the camera right now. I fucking love this so much. We don't need curses. Oh god, work.
Can we actually move on to AG2 moon?
Can we actually move to the AG2? I want to go to the moon. Why wait? That was Moonchi and Sky right there. Just that last part.
I tried to
They
shake
just
you
kept the
from
worry
the
being
weight
dead.
to you
Very hard
off
for
my
God damn it. I do not hate you, Sky.
really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm
Keep away from children and pets. I'm gonna drink this, chat. For anyone who knows what this is, don't do that. It's good they're gaying enough. Okay, chat, we're gonna get into the actual document. We have to do this stuff. We're all gay inspectors. I must inspect the gay. Please gay in front of me so I may inspect properly. It's fine, it's juice. Yes, it is juice. It is literally juice. So, therefore, well, don't do what I do, chat. Don't do what I do. Okay, does twirl. This is amazing. Thank you for your gaying. Your gaying was wonderful. We successfully inspected it. That would make the gay IRS to tax their gay. Oh my god, keep away from pets. I've never listened to instructions before. Work. Please gay in front of me. I must inspect. Okay, wait, the sensory spell I talked about, denial fic, where you snap the frequency to near infinity for like a quarter
Okay,
second
but
just to
cursed
mess with someone.
sentient items
God,
that
what have I
convince you to
robbed my
do
brain?
evil.
Gay inspector, how gay are these goobers? The gays, the tarts, they're so gay. The gayers. Meet the gayers. Okay, but curse sentient items that convince you to do evil. Do evil, be gay. Be gay, do evil, says the sentient item I augmented into my brain. Because I wanted the 2 stamina discount on spells, and now it tells me to fuck men. I'm fine, chat. I'm crying, dude. I'm fucking crying. I'm so fine. I'm so fine. Be gay, do crime. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Okay, it's fine, chat. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. We're working right now. We're doing active work.
At the
Sentient
Forager
item in
56
brain
I
is a
don't know
laugh
how
for
to
no
gay.
particular reason. I don't know. Good job, chat. We finally killed Ori.
Fall out of the fucking chair.
Sure, literally fell out of the chair next to me. Oh my god, spins up in a little wine glass. Very refined batch here. Gay enough to paint a noir detective in rainbow glitter. Ori Stream Scuff is back. Hey, listen, I am a professional strummer. I am professional.
God, I hate that this sentient magic lobotomy is telling me to suck peen.
What the fuck? God, that's so funny. All right, good to get reinforcement that I shouldn't be here. Kids, I didn't make an attempt to get immediately punished for it. No, Ty, don't leave. Fuck. No, you're not, Ori. I'm fine. I take that as a win. God damn it. I caused this and I accept all consequences. It is what it is. Yeah. Called positive reinforcement. Fuck's sake. Chat, we have to work on the document. We have to work on the adventurer's guide at some point. You've got me leaning back again. There's gonna be an ad in 1 minute, chat. In 1 minute. Okay. Breathe. I'm breathing. I'm breathing. I'm not going to prison for straight. Curses! Anyways. Breathe. Stop breathe, Ori. Okay. Ori, do not the breathe. Anyways. So, okay. The big thing about diseases and curses that I wanted to make people aware of is that this is one of the main ways that you can modify somebody's level.
At Sherbert _
down.
plays he
It's the
he.
only way currently to de-level a character. I don't. We get you curse with that. I am the breathe inspector. Are you breathing? Not the breathe inspector. Not the BI. Brad. Oh no, breathing is just gonna turn into Bradding chat and that we're all fucked. Okay, I need to stop. Dude. I need to stop. Anyways. He's vaping, he's not breathing. Interesting, keep talking. I'm fine. Okay. Diseases, curses, and oaths. I think that this is kind of the anticlimactic nature of diseases, curses, and oaths, is that they're almost
Lock in.
purely GM discretion. They're almost purely GM discretion, right? However, You have to wait for an unexpected surprise to drop for that? Oh my goodness. Okay. GM discretion, boom, curse is done. Wrap it up, folks.
Do
God
we
damn it.
get some examples of the curses?
Yes, we will get some examples.
Laughing face.
Because there are a few. Do we introduce chat? Oh my god, there's okay. Chat, I'm not going to describe what this is. But do we add the Nightingale curse? For those who know what this is, good job. For those who don't know what this is, there's probably a reason for it. Hey, Aether Veil talks, just do some fucking shit, man. I need to read AG1 and discuss it with you, Mr. Downtree, for reasons. Woo! Bet. That is an example. Nightingale curse. And I'm just gonna put X's here so that I can fill it in later, because there are people here who can't know what the Nightingale curse is, but just know that the Nightingale curse will be an example.
I feel like I know a different one.
What's that?
I feel like I know a different one.
Probably. There's another curse, and this one was very common. I don't have a name for it, chat, but there was a name for basically the capstone curse, quote unquote. I'll call it a capstone curse for right now. But it's very, very grandiose, right? Basically what the capstone curse says is that you can't go above level 20. AG1 and put AG1 into AG2. Well, now. Rip Dino. My phone died itself. No, not the phone. This is terrible. It definitely should. It definitely should get a more grandiose name.
Oh, this was more enslavement stuff. Lovely.
Yes. Yes, it was. Not the Samsung Galaxy S23. Why does everyone have a Samsung Galaxy S23? I swear to God, I asked like 2 or 3 people online like yesterday, and they all had Samsung Galaxy S23s. I don't get it. I have one. Anyways. Better than iPhone for sure. Looks at Samsung Galaxy S20. Can't relate to that one. Damn. Oh my god! He has a Galaxy S23! What the fuck? Why? No, Voyager! Stop! Why is it Galaxy S23? Why do we all have the same fucking phone? Go get a new phone!
It's cheap.
Yeah, honestly, it was pretty solid. In
I don't
comparison
have
to all the
Samsung
Galaxies-
phone.
Just get ready to market you.
Oh, Pip. Galaxy Tab 8? Interesting. That sounds cool. I don't think I've seen that before, but that sounds really dope. So I think what we need to go over in this is manipulated leveling. Because manipulated leveling is something that's going to have to happen with the ways that it can interact with levels. So, for instance,
I don't have an iPhone either.
If you have a maximum level of 20, you can basically add new talents, but you slough off old ones, if that makes sense. How upset would you be if we just implemented a way to take the exports from the talent tree builder and import them on top of the homebrew builder? I assumed that's what was going to happen, honestly. I presumed that's what would happen. No! Bro, are you kidding me? He has it. They have an S23. What the fuck? Why? What happened?
It was actually a deal when I was trading mine in. I got this for fucking, like, basically.
Yeah, I mean, similar for me. I'm pretty sure I don't even remember, honestly, at this point. Why is TTS fucking sniping me? Can you import images through Homebrew Builder? Can you import images? I don't know, actually. Buy the Galaxy S23 Ultra now for the bit. I think I have the Ultra.
I'm sorry, why
I'm pretty
does
sure I have the
everyone have
Ultra.
an S23?
I don't know! Oh yeah, no, the brother has one too. Dope, great. I don't get it. if a player character, or I guess if a creature, has a capstone level, it means that they cannot progress beyond that level. Instead, all talents that they would acquire are added to a pool of talents. Upon leveling up, they may swap what talents they have available to them from their pool of learned talents. So basically, upon leveling up, the XP required to level up increases with every each time the threshold is met, but the creature's total level does not change.
At monkey_pasquire you writ. I blame my brain for that FR.
I was thinking that same thing, Sky. It's kind of like prepared versus known spells, but it's just all of your talents at once. Level mate does not change. In the case that a capstone is broken, one of two things may happen. Either
Ori ignoring my suggestion. Clearly he hates me. What about the O stuff spell that just uses all your curses on yourself?
Either they are powered up to their original or up to their XP level. Essentially, the level they would have been. Either, I'm going to do this in shorthand. Either they are powered up, powered back up, or they are rasterized. A creature that powers it back up after breaking a curse becomes the level they
I'm on the evil green and white website
been.
that mislabeled my scrunchie.
Oh? I wonder if you incite this because you want to be hated. What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about Forager. Okay. Rasterize. Essentially, you just like take a screenshot of them. You're like, this is you now. Would have been if they were never cursed. For instance, if it
It's for the
gained
bit.
10 levels worth of XP after being cursed, capstone cursed at level 20, breaking the curse this way would promote them to level 30. They immediately gain the effects of leveling up 10 times, minus choosing talents. Instead, the talents within their pool they gained XP. Would become their known talents. So basically, when you're capstone curse, you can just keep picking talents over and over and over again. However, you can only have 20 levels worth of talents at any given point in time. If you were to power back up after breaking a curse, you just suddenly get all of those talents all at once. Your sub-traits go up, your SHP, your DHP, and your stamina just goes up to the level that you would have been leveling up this entire time. However, a creature that gets rasterized instead is completely demoted to their capstone level. All talents that were not actively prepared in the pool of talents are removed, and the amount of XP required to level up is set back to its natural amount. Okay, so there's 2 ways to remove capstone, and one of them sucks a lot.
Character concept, they capstone themselves intentionally, and then some stuff goes down and they just drop the weights Rock Lee style and skyrocket like 80 levels.
Yep. Chat, you guys asked me if there was a way to reset or like redistribute your character. Capstone levels is how you do that. A capstone curse would allow you to respec your character. If you wanted to change out your subtraits, you can do it with the capstone curse. You could capstone curse yourself down to level 1, lose all of your subtrait points, immediately power slam the capstone curse, and then just go back up to that level and regain all of those points back. Just saying. Renewal / rebirth ritual that does that would be kind of wild, honestly. By design, breaking said curse.
I'm concerned that I'll learn birds and or fish live eldritchly long.
Breaking this curse becomes more difficult as time passes, leaving it nearly impossible, barring a miracle, after too long. Breaking the curse in this way often results in rasterization. Bay curse dealers who just offers capstones some kind of deviously worded quid pro quo. Honestly though. Okay, that's pretty much the Elven Curse. I think I would love to have a name for this. Hold on. I need to find, there's a very specific concept I have in my head. Obedi Servesius. Good enough? Good enough? It's a play on obey and serve, essentially. Path of Blood. Wild. Next one is species changing. Change this, manipulate progression.
Ori. Question. Can you do binding vow style curses? Like you get a cool thing but also hecked over simultaneously.
Chad, I want you to know that curses, illnesses, and oaths are basically the entire intention behind them is giving the GM the ability to do whatever the fuck they want. It does not obey a point buy, it does not obey balance, it obeys whatever the GM needs for their story. Or whatever players need for their story. This is why these curses exist. These curses are so that you can have an open fucking book to do whatever you want with. That is why these are here. You want a nanotech contagion? Absolutely. You want a curse that's been barring you from being a certain level? Why are you level 10? Because you got capstone cursed. That's why. That's why you're 4,000 years old and level 10. You know what I mean? Those types of things. That is the reason why these types of curses exist. It's basically the GM can decide if the chip in your brain makes you gay or do... Fuck! I love that so much. Species changing. If a creature would change species, ultimately no effects would take place immediately. Instead, this includes keeping all talents they acquired from previous species trees. However, upon taking on a new species, it will lose all initial quirks, modify their constitution, endurance, effervescence, and base. It'll modify their base stats accordingly, including block rating, dodge rating, constitution, endurance, and effervescence. And it will gain access to a new species talent tree. This means it will no longer be able to take talents from its old species tree, but will keep the ones it got thus far.
Ori, it's ridiculous the number of people who are dissing you in some way, and I have to go, no, that's actually this. If you're going to insult Ori, do it right.
In what context? I'm writing myself an invitation to that. I'm gonna give some poor fuck a curse that raises the amplitude of the Aether Veil by some almost imperceivably slow amount, but also makes them immortal, so they think I gave them the live forever juice, but I gave them you are the reason that magic dies juice. Oh my god, that would be crazy. Wait, it keeps the species tree talents you already have? Yes.
In what context? Grins asterisk.
What's that?
Why it's known as the Eve Plus.
Pretty much. Talent is deemed incompatible with the new species. It may be removed or refunded for GM discretion. Gotta give the clause. There's too many possibilities, so no, not all werewolves have telepathy. But you get the point. See you when you get back, Fuzzy. The fuck? They still have mental screech? If I were the GM, yes. Yes, they would. This actually makes me intrigued in potentially adding a species that I feel like we need to talk about. It is another species that might go away, but we might need to add the Therianthrope.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, I'm extinguishing the sun. At Diamond the Dino plushie, tell me instead.
There is a really interesting conversation that we need to have now. Bikini emoji. I don't think you saw the message at Twitch, but I have sent you a DM. Yes, I saw. Thank you very much for letting me know. I appreciate you, Forger. Here's a question. What I would like is we have 2 curses. I would like at least 1
Hey
oath
Ori,
and 1
sending you a DM.
contagion. Okay, dope. 1 oath or oath-ish or oath-esque and 1 contagion of some type. Now,
Oath
it
of
doesn't...
truth?
Oh, that would be wild. Oath of truth would be really interesting. Well, I'm going to talk about oaths in a second, because oaths kind of have a function already that we'll have to talk about a little bit more. But for right now, I need to know, is lycanthropy and vampirism, are those curses or are those contagions? Is it a disease or is it a magical curse? Vampirism and lycanthropy. Illness. We say illness.
Magic disease.
Magic disease. Interesting.
I make a mug cupcake, I am your blink.
Yeah! Mug cupcake is so good. If you're under the oath, so you lie, you'll be struck by lightning. Oh, that's wild. Well, why do vampires drink blood? Interesting. Lycanthropy is an STD. I think it's contagion if it can be spread. If not, then it's a curse. And that's kind of part of the question, right? Like, does lycanthropy spread? Because there's a really interesting thing that happens here, right? Like, if... From a gameplay standpoint, right? If you get struck by a werewolf, you just lose your species. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a... Are we sure about that? You know what I mean? Do we do lycanthropy spread by bite or something, or do we want it to be just a curse? Oh yeah, spread so much lycanthropy, Randy's gonna have it. Wait, chat, do you do the absolute solver with this? Wait, hold on, what? Huh? Also, oath idea, 1 of vengeance, where you have a favored enemy. You do less damage to everything else, but you do much more to the favorite creature. That's wild. Yeah, no, lycanthropy is an actual species change. You lose your species to that. I like your thinking. My oath is to spread as much lycanthropy as possible. Disease implies pathogen, which is nothing stating a curse can't spread like a pathogen. That is correct. That spread through blood consumption, like old tuberculosis. If a species change and not just a mod, you hot glue onto someone, then make it a curse. Well, the other option is that it is a disease, but it's a disease that's only contagious for a period of time, right? So you become a werewolf and you have like 3 days of being contagious. So if a GM wants to introduce werewolves without saying, hey, you're risking changing species, then he can be like, oh, they've been a werewolf for a month. They're not contagious anymore. And it adds a lot to monster hunting, in my opinion, right? Like, There's an inert period. Yes, exactly. There's a period where it goes inert. Because that then makes it so that if you're a monster hunter, you have to go ask the question, am I gonna get fucking infected? I caught the furry. I caught the furry. Oh my god, dude, that's so funny. Okay, here's another really weird question, chat. This is an awkward one, and I don't love it necessarily, but it is kind of breaking down. It's compacting really well. And I know a lot of people probably aren't gonna like this, but it does simplify things a lot, and it makes it a lot easier mechanically. Should lycanthropy just turn you into a mutant? Hands up, I don't want to get shot, but I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, you just turn into a furry. Contagious for 3 days. Like, you don't get to transform, you know what I mean? But you still you just turn into a beast mutant. You know what I mean? Like a half wolf, half human.
Why not? Because
it also gives GM discretion to say what type of therianthrope you are. You just don't, the Pathowogen, but you just don't get to decide, like, when you transform or anything like that. I have become Persona. Contagious for 3 days. 2 months without contagious. Normal person. Permanent wolf. Interesting. I can see that. I can see that. Get every disease. You're capped at level 20. You're a werewolf. If you spread the lycanthropy, you cap raises by 2, but reduce it if you fail to spread lycanthropy for a week. And if you spread enough, you ditch the cap and then can decide when to transform. That's fucking wild. That's crazy. The idea of lycanthropy but dragon, but it's gradual? That's wild, actually. That would be kind of crazy. Hybrid of a human and an animal. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dragon's Curse is insane.
Dragon's Curse is kind of wild, and it happened. It's pretty much why Dracolings exist, right? It's because of that. Dracolings came around because of elven experimentation.
For vampires, it depends.
For vampires sound curse-esque. They could be oath-based, honestly. That could be an oath. What is the difference?
Vamps should be oaths.
Yeah, I think vampire is oath. What is the difference between a pathogen, a contagion, and a disease? A pathogen, this is AI overview, heads up chat, just so you know. Actually, I'm just gonna look this up on the one that you guys can see so that we can all look at it together. And this is... Really? Bat lycanthropes. A pathogen is a disease-causing agent itself, like a virus or bacterium. Contagion refers to the act or process of spreading a disease. And disease is the illness or condition that results from infection by a pathogen, often manifesting in symptoms. So it's a pathogen. I guess it is a pathogen, but you could call it a disease. 1,000 lumen flashlight, slightly more than 999 lumens. But what if it's a logarithmic scale? Then what? Huh? Ricks? Huh? Then what? Microscopic organism. So a pathogen is a microscopic organism. A contagion is the spread of a disease. So contagion is a verb. It's also described the actual agent or method. Okay, so contagion is the method. Disease is an illness. So it's technically a disease. Zoanthropic disease. Perchance vampirism is a curse, and some of them take an oath to drink blood in exchange for their own sanity. Well, actually, I have an idea for how vampires work that I want to talk about. So we'll get into vampires in a second, because vampires will likely be a species in this game. Curse progression? For what? Dragon curse, he lost his purpose, forgot his family, went into his blanks, and slowly started having lapses to fully dragon. That makes sense. Pitch for an oath. Oath of the silent hand. Dealing damage to a creature deals double the amount to yourself. But if you are the target of a damage effect, you may take the block action for free up to once per turn. Your block rating for this action is unaffected by equipment unless the equipment is augmented. There's so many oaths that could be good. Fame is for the bad suck. Zoanthropes disease. With animal-like. Wolves, tigers, and bears. Upon contracting Zoanthropes disease, a creature's species will be changed to a mutant of some variety. Similar to
Upon writing your signature,
ruin the sad moment, but though by taming him and wait, what? At 6 ice levels, he starts attacking party. He can't tell friend from foe. My party ruined it. The sad moment though by taming him, and they had a gem dragon. Jesus Christ, that's wild. The religious devout oaths go
at
hard.
Sky
They really do.
Heights, congratulations, you have gained a seat among the faithful. Be warned, straying from your oath is seen as heresy, and will be punished with utmost prejudice.
Wild. Can I just say, one of the hardest lines I've ever heard, one of, not the, but one of, is, was someone dying and the god of death walking up, and their friend who witnessed death walking up to take their body, take their soul to the afterlife, was like, no, not right now. These are religious crusaders in this fiction story, and I don't know the context around it, but there's these two crusaders, right? And they're fighting this battle. She dies, and her comrade is like, no, not right now. And death is like, it is their time. I am not the harvester. I am simply the courier. And she's like, it's not her time. She didn't deserve this. And death was like, you fight a war of attrition for no reason of your own, she will serve thankless gods no longer. And I was like, oh my god, dude, holy shit. My personal headcanon for vampires is that they belong to a group of man-eaters, pretty much beings that are cursed to live off the flesh of living things, and vampires specifically use blood to compensate for their own lack of life. That makes sense. I think that makes sense. I will tell you what the initial intention behind vampires was, and we can talk about that. You watched the show? What show is it? I don't even know what show it is. I'm so curious. I want to know so bad. Okay. An infectious therianthrope entering another creature's.
Can we do Adventure Time vampires where they can also just eat the color red?
That would be so
/HJ.
funny. That'd be so funny. Or it's Twilight of Gods. Is it? Oh, whack. Creature ingesting. However, a creature with such disease is only contagious for 72 hours. The effects become obvious nearly immediately. And after that period, the disease becomes inert. Okay, so zoanthropes disease. Zoanthropes disease has been around since ancient elven experimentation and manufacturing, and is most common with mammal-like creatures such as wolves, tigers, and bears. Upon contracting zoanthropes disease, a creature's species will change to a mutant of some variety, similar to the creatures that spread it. These are often noted and are visually distinguishable as werewolves or other therianthropes. This disease
God's
can be spread
fastest
through a
rabies
bodily
infection.
fluid. The disease can be spread through a bodily fluid of an infectious therianthrope entering another non-construct creature's bloodstream or by the creature ingesting such. However, a creature with such disease is only contagious for 72 hours. The effects become obvious nearly immediately, and after that period, the disease becomes inert. Yes, automatons and some cyborgs are immune, because cyborgs have a specialist talent that states they may choose to be treated as a construct. Yes, automatons are in fact immune. You cannot werewolf a robot. Crazy, I know. Wild shit. Okay. Vampires. Let's talk about vampires for a second. So the old intention of vampires was that if I had to take a smack at why they exist, they were probably a protective measure or a cult of some variety. But more than likely what happened is the vampires
Just
ended
glue
up...
fuzzy ears to the construct.
Shook. What likely happened is they basically made it a blood oath for power, and the downside of the curse, as many of you may know, is that they must consume blood to keep their agency, essentially, right? So the idea behind utopian vampires is that if they do not drink blood, they go fucking mad. However, I think that there will be a midpoint, if you will. And it's also possible that vampires do not become a species because of this, because this is a really awkward mechanic to work with. But it's possible. I don't know. Essentially,
At monkey_pasquire I know.
when a vampire fails to consume blood, they grow more and more feral. Once a vampire hits a threshold of ferality, they cannot go back. They cannot be undone. They are essentially a wild animal. It's just how it works. However, there is a threshold on the other side as well, or not really a threshold, but basically some kind of contingency that you can take to become what's known as a noble vampire. Noble vampires cannot be, what's it called? Cannot turn feral. Blood fiends, essentially, yeah. Noble vampires are essentially the hierarchy. Like, they're the top dogs of vampires. Feralicized. They cannot be feralicized, yes. Feralized. They cannot be fertilized, chat. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. So with that in mind, does it make sense? Does it make sense for a vampire to be a playable species at that point? Because you can basically only be a noble or feral. I mean, it doesn't make sense to play a feral, so you can only basically be a noble vampire.
You can't fertilize them.
But the
We should
disease
test that
would
theory.
likely be... Oh, also nobles probably wouldn't be able to, make more of themselves. They wouldn't be able to cause vampirism. You probably... I would say that at either threshold, you become inert.
I
The
escape.
disease becomes inert, or the curse becomes inert. You can't spread it. You can only spread it in that middle point.
Even if you don't want to.
Oh, have a good one, Frost. I appreciate you. Lurk for power. I think it makes more sense for it to not be a species, yeah. They're neutered vampires. Well, that's the thing, right? Is that from the eyes of noble vampires who, you know, want to have more vampires in the world because they basically control the vampires, they want more vampires. But in order to do that, they don't want those vampires to become noble, nor do they want them to become feral, because then they can't keep spreading it.
Their pyres once no spread.
Work better as a curse the way you describe it? Probably. But that's the question of spreading, though. What causes the spreading if it's not... I mean, it could be a magical curse. I mean, a magical disease, or what have you, what have you. Oh, God! Sort of like double-edged sword, some seek the curse and others don't want it. Exactly. I think it's a disease because it's a curse and can be counteracted by an oath. The other question, I think the other question, there's also a potential, right, that only noble vampires can cause vampirism, but by becoming vampiric via a noble vampire, they basically own you for a period of time. Like they basically dominate you by making you a vampire. And that's basically what they do. And you can't do anything until they wish you your freedom, right? Until they activate your liberties, they just kind of own you. Like, you're under their command.
Oh, they just put you in their thrall. That's good.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, vampires are extremely powerful. So vampires taking blood thinners would work. Sleeper agent vampire.
If you get it, you get it. Winky face.
Oops. Another option, of course, is I think that the way that I would see the progression here. If a noble vampire.
So Asterion.
So Asterion, pretty much. So if a noble vampire converts you into a vampire, being the only one that can, then you turn into a vampire, right? If becoming a vampire this way, you lose your agency, or there is some level of command that the noble gets over you. Now, until you either forcefully break this command, or the noble vampire admits your liberty, you'd have to do what it says, right? If you do not drink enough blood, if you do not consume blood enough, you will go feral. In which case, the noble vampire will lose agency over you, but you'll lose agency over you and essentially revert into a wild animal. If you gain your freedom and do whatever contingency is required, you become a noble vampire and thus no longer hold those contingencies and may spread the curse.
I think noble vampires can turn people into a regular vampire due to strength and knowledge, whilst non-noble vampires who are strong just create a mindless hungering creature.
I kind of like the idea of leaving it to the noble vampires, so there's not like this wild spread. Yo, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Really appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Ooh. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Oh, I don't know what pressing that did. Did I press it wrong? Okay, I don't think it does the thing right now. But that is really cool, and I'm really excited for this. You can now post the homebrew content on here. I'm so ready, dude. I'm so ready. Ah! Oh my god, I'm so excited, dude. I'm so excited. Did that just download it? I think it did. Yes, I see.
Then give it a second.
Oh, I bet! Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool. Ah. Oh, but it's a crazy species tree because they have a huge subspecies tree. That's wild. Oh, this is so exciting. Oh, I love this. Oh, dope. Would there be a way to say whether it's like it options to say like it's a module or it's a species tree or a talent tree or what have you, some way to distinct that in the table? Oh, I'm so excited, dude. Oh, I'm so excited. single-handedly keeping the stream alive. Thank you immense. That would be awesome. Con endurance effervescence versus body, mind, soul. Look at old speech maker having conflicting terms. Old book and species maker have conflicting terms. What do you mean by that? No, I can't fucking open the website so I can put a— No! Kill me with a red hot lead pipe. You need to get on, like, a VC with somebody and, like, screen share so that you can, like, post stuff vicariously. Oh, yes. Did I press it wrong? Shush. Don't even worry about it. I think I'm gonna hold, the vampirism will be a cursed contagion, quote unquote. So it's a curse, but it's carried like a disease, and only nobility can use it. Be pelting my favorite streamer. I appreciate you so much. I've determined a new way to annoy Ori that will ruin everything for everyone. What do you mean? I'm free. Says body, mind, soul. The speech maker says constitution, endurance, effervescence. Those are two different things. Those are definitely two different things. What do we mean? Hold on a second. Oh. Oh, I see. Nope, you're right. You are extremely correct. Oh, shit.
Yay, so my aneurysm wasn't my fault. Laughing face.
Fuck me. I'm surprised that went that long. I haven't heard that from anybody else. That's crazy. Ori causing aneurysms? Not surprising. Never. I mean, it's not really an oopsie. It's just a little misleading. Like, it's not wrong necessarily. Like, everything stated in there is correct. It just doesn't make sense why it's there in its current text. It says body, mind, and soul, but it's referring to constitution, endurance, effervescence. And it does not say anything in the book that is factually incorrect. However, it doesn't belong there.
Like how Oli is a child is a misleading statement.
No, Ollie's a childish.
What?
Chat, should I have another energy drink? I got another energy drink, to be fair. I've been awake for 2 hours? I think so. I think you should. That's a perfect time.
I made history, let's go. At Diamond the Dino plushie no.
Vampiric contagion. You fucking stole Rain's drink, you mean? Yes, because Rain left and left that here, which means it is mine now. Yes, do not listen to my advice. Lamau. Goo. As a little guy who I will give uppies and cut up an apple into bits so he can eat them more better. That's so sweet. I wish Rain was here to hear that. That would have been so funny. An infection that carries a curse along with it. A mutagenic curse with it. Only activated under proper circumstances. This contagion was created by ancient humans Was it created by ancient humans? I mean, I could say elves, but I feel like the elves kind of made everything else. Human cults. Via blood, sanguine seances and blood rituals. Over time, the contagion has grown and manifested into what it is today via careful practice and practice. Why are the elves like horrible people? They weren't always, they just used to be. And that's because they became really powerful basically during caveman era. Cultists of unknown origin. Could be a vamp. Yeah. Tall men. He's an archmage, he could handle it. Could attempts to contain and eliminate the vampires have led to camps that eventually led to the whole human slavery thing? I feel like vampires happened after elves. In fact, if anything, I think vampires might have happened in response to elves. Like, the humans got out, made their refugee camps, and they're like, we need a way to protect ourselves, and created vampirism. And all the clones will come to your house and drop you into the nearest body of water with a block of cement grafted to your skin in Minecraft. Looks over at Imperium. Yeah, are you sure? Yeah, are you sure? Funny enough, chat, not that I'm helping the elves at all in this case, but Imperium, there is active legalized slavery. It's very similar to Rome in that sense. It's kind of just a social norm in Imperium to just have slaves. You can actually earn your way out of slavery in Imperium. It's kind of more of a, it's a social rank less than it is like impervious servitude, but it is basically impervious servitude hidden behind a social rank. Yeah, no, Imperium just has that. Campaign where I get to blow up Imperium, please. Yeah, I think a lot of people want to do that. Cast, essentially, yeah. So basically, they have the actually, it was in old Greek times, and I forget what the name of it was, but basically, you have, like, slave, serf, vassal, noble, right? So you kind of have this, like, social caste system, where enslavement means that you are basically owned by a person, right? It's like somebody owns you. And you earn money, or you earn resource in some ways, but very, very, very mildly. And over time, you can pay your way out of your own slavery by essentially buying yourself from your owner, right? So you can buy your freedom from your owner, or your owner can just decide to get rid of you, you know, or to free you, or what have you, And then you go up to serfdom, which means that you still serve in the working class, but at least you're not owned by anybody. You have the ability to vote, even though no one in Imperium gets a vote. It's a monarchy. But you get my point, right? Like, you get more legal rights as a civilian. And then you can move up to basically owning land, which is what a vassal would be, which is where you would start, you know, hiring serfs. And then you move up to nobility, which is where you start buying slaves. Buy yourself, from yourself, for yourself. That's kind of how the Imperium caste structure works, at least currently. I don't know, a subject to change, but that's generically what's expected to be. Kept making me reveal my hand. Fine, need to read your message first. Give me a second. You can vote between these two amazing choices: the reigning monarch or death on account of treason. Ah, yes, voting. Okay, so blowing Imperium up is too nice. I need to drop a proto-planet on top of it. Imperium is also, like, the biggest region on Paya. Like, it is the reigning force on Paya. It's kind of what sets the precedent for what Paya is like. Slavery is not uncommon on Paya. It's really not. Nuclear armaments. Lamau. Slavery is probably in a lot of the big civilized countries and territories on Paya. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chad. Okay, then I'll drop 2 proto-planets on it. So, stop slavery campaign? I mean, good luck, chat. There's a lot of people who really want it for different reasons, and most of those reasons usually rope back into having slaves. What's that?
Very much a why, because I can.
Because I can, I guess. I love the unanimous hatred towards Imperium. Yeah, it kind of be like that. What if, hear me out, we fill all the people's rectums with match? What the fuck, Crow? I should have looked that over before saying that out loud. Jesus Christ. New objective, global emancipation. Wait, that sounds kind of dope. That sounds like the name of a campaign. Hey, Dino. So a lot of revolutions in social play. Noted. Wonderful. Anyways, back to vampires. 3 main types of vampires. What's a basic vampire called? Young vampires? Thralls, yeah. Thralls? Feral vampires. And noble vampires. Noble vampires are the only creatures that can spread the contagion, which is done by blood to blood transmission. On infecting a creature, contagion to non-constructs. Being a non-construct creature this way, it becomes a thrall to the noble vampire. Barring the noble vampire offering its liberty outright, anytime the thrall senses a command from its noble, it must succeed a will contest against that vampire, against it, or obey the
And
command
possessive.
in its entirety. If a command is broken this way, is successfully refused this way 3 times in a row, the thrall gains its full free will. So we have the nobility being able to create thralls. Now, must sustain off of...
At Diamond the Dino plushie OFC Dino. If Monk permits, so now we need AGM.
2 Brent virality. The vampire goat. All vampires exist without the need to breathe, eat, or sleep. However, this is interchanged with a need to consume living blood. Vampires gain a point of fatigue for every 24 hours they've gone without consuming. And a thrall that has gone with 4 points. We'll do 4 points of favor this way. 5 points of favor this way. 5 points of fatigue. A thrall with 5 points of fatigue this.
Ori, how did you find inspo for making species pages?
What do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean by find inspo? Inspo for which part? Players have little to no agency.
At arrowhead_Crocy, I just took psychic damage from that stroke of a sentence.
There are no rules. Oh, goodness. Oh, Jesus Christ. No agency and act closer to wild animals
At the Forager 56 bet.
than humanoids. However, if a thrall manages to... What does a thrall have to do? Fortitude test against the points of fatigue to remain sane. 1 point of disfavor each day without blood. Ah.
So back 1 to 6.
Yeah.
My evil doings are unfolding, Nyahat. Kill your master. Become a usurper.
Only 3, because with 3 points of disfavor, you lose. Well, you could still succeed with just modifiers. So, but you are relying on modifiers at that point.
Yep.
I'm assuming. Okay, there we go. Resolve might make sense, actually, yeah. Okay, so what does it have to do to become noble? Kill your master, become a usurper? That would mean that there is a flat number of nobles and it declines over time. Like, there is not a way to create more nobles. Like, it's
Also,
just not
if I
possible.
put mute or quiet for the dragons.
I will be right back, and you've given me an idea, though, Dino. I like where you're coming from.
At the Forager 56, the fact that I have a character who could work for this. What if we streamed this? At Sherbert_plays well, is it a circle of nobles like a government, or is it like a collection of like a small town? Okay, purple time. It would be very difficult for me to be in a position where I can do the streaming part consistently. Okay, I have one rule for characters, you need to have a reason they would potentially end up on the receiving end of a slave trade.
All right, chat. I have an idea. I have a few ideas, but I'm intrigued on what your guys' thoughts on this are. Okay, so if we're talking about vampires and the way that a thrall becomes a noble, one of the things that Dino said that I really liked is maybe this idea that they have to drink blood from the noble that liberated them. Right? So, like, you have to beat your noble, you have to gain your freedom, either through choice or through force, and then drink the blood of that noble. However, another thing that I think would be really interesting is, what if you have to do that, and you have to survive 5 days without blood? You drink the blood of the noble, and then you don't drink blood for 5 days, which means you need to survive 5 tests in a row and not become feral. In only that case, you become noble. What's that? Only subsist off of the noble's blood for 5 days. That's true. Only subsist off of the noble's blood for 5 days.
So does this mean that most noble vampires are mages?
Not necessarily. I mean, you can be a mage with something other than resolve. I honestly think that maybe fortitude probably is better. I mean, both kind of work, but resolve does kind of shove them into spellcaster range a lot harder. Fortitude absolutely needs more love. Okay. Feral vampires have little to no agency and act closer to wild animals than sentient humanoids. However, if a thrall manages to subsist for 6 days, drinking only the blood of the noble that liberated them, it too will become noble. In order to do so, it must either survive starvation or survive the encounter with its living once master, as the blood of the dead does not cure their hunger. It could be a physical rot. It is a disease and a curse, so the disease could be a physical, like permeation of your body.
Fortitude could judge if you make a resolve test with disfavor.
It feels really awkward to have a test check a test. A lot of times, I usually try to avoid that. But if it is a physical rot of some variety, it makes sense to be fortitude. And also, diseases are generally fortitude-based, regardless of what they do. Being hungry also makes Arrow people act rather wild. Source, that one time I didn't eat for a concerning amount of time. That's actually real. Also, it seems like vampirism is just kind of permanent. Like, you just become a vampire and that's it. You just are. Modification in how the creature receives XP. Or more accurately, what it takes to level up. Or to could judge if you make a resolve test with disfavor. I'm still mental. I'm someone who freaking sees tiredness sometimes. Goodness me. An XP based in modification. XP modifications made this way.
Ori, can I DM you the blob I've written for my species?
Sure. We'll modify the formula required to level up. For instance, a malicious curse may cause XP detriment of double, meaning that a creature must gain twice as much XP each level in order to level up. As well, it could instead receive an XP. What's the opposite of a detriment? Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Headless, how's it going? Welcome in and congrats on guiding the raid. Holy hell, dude. That was wild. Boom. Only needs half as much XP.
Benefit Ori.
Yo, let's go. Oh, benefit. Thank you. Headless, how are you? How is it going? Oh, didn't expect a raid guide. Well, I'm glad you're here to guide the raid. Hello, welcome in, and how the hell are you doing? These effects do take place retroactively. In the case that there is a potential for a creature to be, in both cases, during XP detriments, its reduced level should be treated similarly to a capstone level, to a capstone curse, to a capstone. Meaning it will pool talents until the curse is rectified. Okay, so now we have that. Do vampires just get like double XP though? That's the whole reason I wrote that. So there's XP modifications that give you double XP or half XP or what have you. Do vampires just get more XP? Do they just level faster? That's kind of their shtick. Sup, nerd? Double is too much. Double is definitely too much, I would argue. I feel like detriment makes more sense here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Than deficit. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy with that. Or it could just not be. Like, it could also just not be, right? Because if so, then vampirism is like kind of like the most powerful thing in the entire game, literally. Was meaning to just drop something random and keep lurking, but now I have to make choices. Ew, disgusting, Headless. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. You have to make choices live on stream. Disgusting. Don't you stream? How's your streams been, Headless? How has your streams been? What the heck? What are you doing here?
Eating rocks is detrimental to your health. Not eating enough puts you in a calorie deficit.
Yes, correct. But it's not that you're getting less XP, it's that the amount of XP that you get is detrimentally not leveling you up. Or not leveling you up as much. At least that's how I would see it. Maybe I'm just like making this up in my head. I don't think vampires get the XP detriment or deficit because it's like so fucking powerful, dude. It's so powerful. It's so strong. Again, any amount of XP positives, any amount of XP bonuses like that are going to be the most powerful effect in the game so far. Probably a better word than detriment? Possibly. Do they just get flat bonuses? Do they just get like strength and speed bonuses? Like, how do we do this? I feel like there's a lot of ways that they can interact. Like, very, very powerfully, but... Sky says deficit. Fuck! What is this in reference to? I'm so sorry, chat. I got caught up in the... Huh? Someone pinged me on the Discord, and I got squirrel brain, and I looked at it, and I don't know what it's about. Okay, anyways, sorry. Would you, yes, you, like to help us abolish slavery? Or if we added you to the anti-slavery campaign, will you get us access to the AG? I don't think I can get, what? What does that mean? How do you upload species stuff? Volte, are you here? I haven't done it yet. How come you never finished the study of exchange? There are 3 talents that are missing. It was finished, but then 3 talents were removed, and then now you can't. Voltaic, do you want to walk me through how to? I didn't even try yet. I just screamed your name because you were here. Do you want to walk me through how to do a thing? How to make a custom species or a custom homebrew module? Like 3 of the same webpage open. Thanks so much for the Patreon command. I appreciate it a lot. What there is to explain? Okay, so if I just like make a skill tree generator, right? Oh man, I kind of really wish oops. Do I just export it? Like would I just export the image essentially? Let's actually make something. Let's go make the... Yeah, sure, let's make a beast mutant. Why not? Study of balance. And I think there's one in law. They get strong defense, which is your block rating increases by 1d4. And that costs 2. They get quick footing, which is your dodge rating. Increased by 1d12. I cannot stay on the same subject for like more than like 5 seconds. I mean, this is technically on the same subject, right? Like, it's not working on adventures guides. Oh, well, this actually is in the adventures guide. Chat, we are so fine. Oops. You get 4 rapid blows, which is your weaponless attacks. Require one turn action rather than 2. Which is 1 body and 1 mind. I'm so on topic, chat. I'm so insanely on topic. This is talking about how to update homebrew content onto the Mirror Myth website, be able to share it and access tools and all that good stuff. Laws and points. Yes. Oh, gotcha. Since there's nothing currently to do about that, I shall stop interrupting whatever's going on, continue my leave. Well, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for interrupting. Ha. Your weaponless attacks deal 2d8 physical damage. And that's 2 body. Beast mutants get the, I'm gonna actually take a little snapshot. 71, 71. 71 and 85. That's what they are. Because only these guys are. Oh, this overrides all of them, huh? Damn. Okay, I can't do that. And 85. Unfortunate. We'll get back to that. We have fast, which is your land travel. Increases by 2. Leap, which says you may take the leap action without paying any stamina. The distance you can leap is equal to your strength score or agility score, whichever is higher, instead of whether or not. I'm going to say this different. You gain the effects of taking the travel action directly prior, regardless of whether or not you have. Cool. Stampede. When you make a weaponless attack directly after taking the travel action, it deals an additional 1d8 physical damage per 3 meters travel. Speedsters, eat your heart out. There's no way that costs 2. I don't think that costs 2. I think it actually costs more than that, but... Oh, okay, thank you for the dance. Thanks, chat. The Buccaneer Adventures. I love this chair so much, chat. Oh yeah, they get Valley Stalker too. Oh my god, no way. This is actually like... It's actually like Forager all over it. Test made to remain inconspicuous. Spontaneous. May make agility tests. Make an agility test. Then a speed test when calculating turn order. There's one singular instance, technically 2 instances, that you can be in where an agility test is actually worse than a speed test. It is not common, but it does technically happen. Does anybody know when that is? I'm testing you, chat. I'm testing you. Natural Survivalist. I think I might copy and paste this one because I don't want to write it again. Woo! For stuff at once. My phone went off, the dance happened, Spotify started playing, and I got called by my parents except I didn't because it was actually a guy screaming at his freaking dog outside. That's whack. That's a lot. That was absolutely a lot. And they get natural survivalist. There it is. Is Stampede actually 2? No, it's 3 body.
At Sky_heights better than the average citizen, who chooses to stand by and let it happen. Like me, which one can only infer to mean that I am not important unlike you.
There we go. And this one costs 1, 1, and 1, which is wild. And then I have to do these ones manually. So we're gonna do like a 255, 170s. I can remember that. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then we do the outer gradient, which could we just make this red? That's a little too much, I'm gonna be honest with you. Oops. I think a little bit more. That. 178, 87. Actually, I could just do... What is it? 178, 85. Because they're all already set to 85. It's literally just the gray, but with a little more red. Beautiful. Cheating. What? Why are you pouring milk down my shirt? Huh? What? What?
Look at my messages.
No way, Dino! Oh my goodness, no shot! No shot, no shot. Hold on a second, I'm looking this up. Oh my god, I feel like I just like... no fucking way, dude! That's crazy! Let's fucking go! Pour milk down my shirt, that's so funny. That's so wild. Dino, hours for that is going to be coming in 2 days. In 2 days, the hours are going to update for that. Because you're going to get charged now, but you're going to get charged monthly. And we wrap everything together up on the first or the last day of the month. But I will update the thingies right now. I will update the thingies right now. In 2 days, we're going to have all of those hours smacked together all at once for the biggest dopamine smack we can get. Oh my god, I love you so much, Dino. You're amazing. Thank you so much for becoming a Paragon. Let's go! Oh my goodness. That's crazy, dude. I can't believe that. There's actually another update that was needed. Where is it, though? Where is it? Yes, that's the one. Boom! Just shut up and join us. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I appreciate it. All right, chat. Someone use the patrons command. Someone use patrons command. It's updated. Shut up and join us. Thank you so much. I'm so excited for this. Thank you so much, Dino. I love you. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. This is crazy. And there we go. Every single section is filled out. We have a Paragon now. Oh my goodness, Dino, you're crazy. Yeah, Paragon Dino, let's go. What did we say we needed? Like 16 or 20 or something like that? Like 16 or 20 Daemons and Paragons? Just get message buried? Lamau. Paragon Dino, let's fucking go!
Someone tell Ori to look at his DMS if he asks where he's raiding out to later.
Okay, thank you.
I get less important by the moment, laughing face.
Thank you, Headless, I appreciate it. Lol, thank you, Ty. Okay, so if I were to go to the website... Oh, log in to contribute, I understand. Okay, let me, register real quick. I have to register for the Mirror Myth website, which I find funny. And then I do this.
Yes, register for your own website.
Did I do the thing? Did I do it wrong? I don't know if I did it right. Chat, I don't think I did it right. I said sign in, but it didn't do the thing. Help! Help! Oh, there's no message, but verify the email. I understand. Oh my god, Dino, thank you so much. I love you! What? Cute. Aha, there we go. Now I got the hello to Oridont. Let's fucking go. That's my name. I'm Oridont. Crazy, I know. Many do not know, but it is true. It is me. And then can I... Community hub? Hey, new contribution. Okay, bet. I realize now why I didn't understand what was happening. Okay, cool. Beast Mutant. Official concept for Beast Mutant species. Set for the Adventurer's Guide. First for expansion of Utopia TTRPG.
At Sky_Heights, lucky for you, Malachite is a hecking twig.
Put it as other. File upload. Then I'll go grab it. Oh, interesting. Oh, you can't. Oh, okay. So it actually doesn't export the way that it imports. Oh, images, because it's images that we're looking for. I understood. There we go. And then submit, right? Probably take a second. I presume it's going to take a second. I'm so ready. I'm so ready, chat. I'm so ready. This is so cool. There's now homebrew content and stuff, and I am so ready for it. Tee-hee.
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that.
But for right now, we go back to what we were doing. Lamau. That was a fun little side tangent. Homebrew content, yummy. I'm so excited, dude. I'm so fucking excited for homebrew content. Just keeps asking me to log in. Make sure to check the email. Check your email verification.
You should log in.
I did. What do vampires get? What the hell do vampires get? I need to figure this out. They have to get something quite substantial, but an XP boost is just kind of insane.
It's live.
It's live? Fuck yeah. Had to mark it as approved. Uh-oh. I think my version just shifted itself. I'm just curious. Cool. It works.
I need to add a loading indicator.
I see. It's loading right now. Well, okay, there we go. Yay! Let's fucking go. As the Oridont. That's so cool, dude. Yeah. Let's fucking go, dude. That's crazy. I love this so much. I'm gonna be like scrolling through the Ori Patreon obsessively now. Yay! I'm so happy, Dino. I'm so happy. This is so fucking cool. Okay.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, he. Laughing face.
What do vampires get? Do we just like double their strength and speed and just call it a fucking day? Cause like I feel like that's cool, but it like doesn't make it like the most sought after bullshit ever. Like I feel like vampirism is like very strong.
Heights, it seems so has Forager.
It also does mean that you don't need to eat, sleep, and everything else like that, which is also really cool. Don't get me wrong, but can they fly? Can vampires fly? Can vampires fly? Chad, I had no idea. It would make sense, right? Like, vampires just, like, kind of fly around. Maxed out basic flight. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They still have a heartbeat? Are they even undead? I mean, are they considered undead, realistically? Because they're not. I mean, in Utopian lore, they're not. They're not resurrected in any way.
IDT, they should be undead.
Okay. I do think they should be undead. But how? Like, how would that work? In order for a noble to make a vampire, do they have to do it to a dead body? Like, is that how they do it? And at what point do they do it? Do they have to do it in somebody in stasis? I guess it's kind of just like kindling at that point. Like, you could just actually do that. Like, if we were to do it the resurrection method, you can literally use core Utopia magic to just make a vampire. Like, dead ass. Because, like, you can literally have a resurrect, no free will, permanent, what's it called? Transform creature, to give them the boons, the buffs, and resurrect them as a vampire, and they're your thrall.
Yet it shouldn't be possible to make a vamp with core guide magic.
Yeah. It's just the curse currently. I mean, again, it could be a form of resurrection. I mean, it makes it kind of neat in that sense. Because it's like, there's kind of a trust that you have to give, because you're like, yeah, I can turn you into a vampire, but you have to die first. Sorry. And also, if I miss my chance, if I wait too long and you bleed out, and you become annihilated, not really anything I can do after that, you're kind
I'm
of just fucked.
uploading my Primish Skywalker.
Yay! That's so good, Fuzzy. I'm so excited. Making them a vampire turns them dead. I don't know. Are they considered undead?
Ori, I gained a brain cell.
You gained a brain cell. Tell me about it. Tell me about your brain cell. I love it. Other effects.
As in you can keep walking around and doing stuff until you die. Don't make them considered undead IDT?
What about as a vampire boon, the player can't enter stasis? I don't know how that would work specifically. Can't enter stasis is really interesting. When calculating... I need to write this exactly the same way. Let's make this not possible with core magic by making it absolutely fucking bonkers ridiculous how vampires work. Teehee. Where are the elves?
Feral vampires are human enough to go insane from the hunger.
Correct. Hypothetically. When calculating, when making tests or calculating,
I mean the ridiculous
based
is
on
the whole deal with the AG.
scores or modifiers, you may
Fear and hunger moment.
consider its power, speed, what other traits would there be? I'm gonna say appeal, I think. Vampirism is just so fucking powerful, dude. Holy shit, it's gonna be crazy. Awareness and appeal, I think. Yeah. Awareness and appeal. As if they were doubled. I think we just do power, awareness, and appeal. Because I feel like having two... No, we can do speed. Power, awareness, and appeal as if they were doubled. It is immune to physical damage. As a base, it has an innate air travel equal to half its speed score done up. No stamina cost, by the way. Thoughts and prayers, chat. But thoughts on this? This is a lot. This is a lot. And we haven't done the downsides yet, but this is a ridiculous number of upsides. Holy shit. Feral vampires are human beings enough to go insane from the hunger. Nobles are fully undead creatures. But it's not really how that works, I don't think. At least not in the current fear and hunger moment. Speaking of hunger, I am a bit hungry. I might go grab a snack. This is crazy. So their speed, power, awareness, and appeal are doubled. They're immune to physical damage, do not age, do not need to eat, breathe, or sleep, and they have an air travel equal to... Realistically, they have an air travel equal to their speed score, but it's half their speed score, which is doubled anyways.
I'd say more physical defense rather than immune to physical damage.
Than rather immune to physical damage. I mean, the problem with any flat number is that it will get scaled out at some point. If you give it any flat number, because you can trash compactor a vampire. Trash compactor is not physical. Trash compactor is kinetic. That would still kill a vampire, even with physical immunity. Trash compactor is kinetic force. Sparkle when they are weak. Well, in direct sunlight, it gains 2 points of fatigue. Is dealt 1d6 heat damage per turn at the beginning of each turn. Damage dealt this way ignores SHP and defenses.
LOL.
While in direct sunlight or touching water, it gains 2 points of fatigue and is dealt 1d6 heat damage at the beginning of each turn. I should say touching purified water. Pure water. Damage dealt this way ignores SHP and defenses. So essentially, vampires can continue everything as normal in stasis until they reach negative their maximum DHP. They still lose a point every minute, and perhaps all interrupted actions cost their DHP to take, but you are theoretically capable of doing stuff once you reach the point of stasis for a normal creature. That's so fucking cool. Oh my god, that's crazy, and I love that. I think we take away the score-based stuff, because the score-based stuff is probably one of the most funky things, realistically. Do not become... It does not become incapacitated due to being in stasis. That's wild. Is that the name of the ailment? Scuba vampires. I'm trying to remember. Fuck. Not the scuba vampires! Not die and may still take actions as normal. It still loses 1 DHP each minute if its DHP is below 0, and dies outright if its negative DHP becomes equal to its maximum DHP. I didn't realize that. Watch out, brah. The scuba vampires are gonna totally get you. Vampire Zealot build? I was just about to say that. Vampire Zealots are so fucking funny. Also, but Vampire Zealots are gonna really struggle to rage due to that immunity of physical damage. Wait! No, if you're a Zealot, you just... if you're a fucking Vampire Zealot, you just go out in sunlight and it's infinite rage. What's up, Zephyr? How's it going? Welcome in, buddy. What's up? What's up? That's so funny. Vampire Zealots are hilarious.
Imagine Vampire Pope.
Vampire Pope. What? What do you mean? West March is dead. Sun Rage! The fucking Sun Rage! This is so cool, dude. I love this. Okay, well, that's Vampiric Contagion. Delicious. That is how you become a vampire. Canon in Utopia. Wild. Wasn't expecting that one. Dragon Quest, gotcha. This is wildly unfortunate. Guys, go GM. Thanks.
in the worlds of Utopia that go beyond the basic mechanics of the game. Sometimes a deal cannot be a deal with the Fae is not as comprehensive nor as simple as basic magical mechanics, and sometimes powers simply aren't balanced. When an effect would go this far, it enters the realm of diseases, curses, and oaths. These types of effects are highly up to GM discretion and do not have any intrinsic balance. They are not designed for player customization, but rather for GM world building. And refining limitation. Many curses, illnesses, and oaths have very specific cures with very specific outcomes. In some cases, perhaps even some cures have different outcomes. Some cures have unique outcomes based on the circumstance. These types of ailments may be used to explain why characters that have been alive for centuries level 10. Or why certain creatures have lost their memories. What caused those creatures to be the species they are today, and plenty more. Ailments of this magnitude come in many different forms, but a few examples. But some well-known utopian examples are found below.
Realizing the UTOPIA's cast definitely had some curses/ailments.
Good eyes. Good eyes. I will go no further. Fine afflictions. These various ailments are commonly known amongst fine soil due to their prolific nature and age. Some were kept around on purpose due to their powers outliving their costs, whereas others still around due to never being able, due to the extreme bill required, extreme power, the nearly unobtainable required to remove them. Nightingale curse, curse of Obti Cervesius, Zoanthrop's disease, vampiric contagion. Funny enough, that vampirism does not allow you to heal. Oh yeah, that's actually one more thing, isn't it? When it deals physical damage with a weaponless attack, regains amount of SHP equal to the amount of damage it dealt, rounded down. Regains the amount of SHP equal to the amount of dealt to each to a non-construct's DHP, rounded down. Okay. Oh. If it cannot regain SHP due to being at its maximum, it regains DHP instead. Not regain SHP or DHP from standard methods, including items and resting.
Okay, so vampires now have the vampiric ability where their weaponless attacks basically heal it. However, that's the only way it can regain. Wild.
Do vampires need stamina?
Yes, vampires need stamina, but they can still deep breathe. You still regain stamina normally.
Wild.
Vampires are fucked up. And you know what's even funnier is that you can have both of these. You can be a vampiric lycanthrope. You can be a vampiric werewolf.
Wait, Ori.
What's up? No, vampires do not breathe. Deep breath is a generic term that means regain 1 stamina. Deep breath does not always mean that you are breathing. There is an effect that does prevent that. It just means that... Oh, okay. It just means that it is your generic method of regaining 1 stamina. Also, it's not that they can't breathe, it's that they don't need to breathe. They still can if they want to, though. Wouldn't that be double breathless? Like, what do you mean by double breathless? Okay, I think we'll probably have one more oath. But I'm gonna wait a little bit to decide what exact oath we're actually going to showcase, because there's a lot of good ideas, but I think I'm gonna hold off for a second to make sure that it's something that is more intrinsically tied to Payan culture. Start changing the species, one that's able to freely shapeshift even with a limited capacity to copy appearances? Not currently. Ooh, maybe a shapeshifter oath. That'd be wild, actually. You can have breathless twice, yes. Not needing to breathe implies that nothing is gained from breathing? Not necessarily. You, as an automaton, you do not need to rest. However, you can rest, and you regain your SHP in the case that you do rest. Watch only Jim carry the mask. Exactly. I think it complies, but it's not explicit, I think is generically how I'd say that. It's implicit, but not explicit, which means it's technically okay. I mean, by a weird technicality, but what better way is there to be correct? Okay. I think there's only one more mechanic that I really would like to introduce, and that's the push mechanic. I really would like to have the push mechanic. How many turn actions does pushing take? I was gonna say 3. It makes it really difficult to do though, and I think maybe 2. But I feel like 2 is not, like, it's really not a lot. 2, breathless item stat, which means that you don't need to breathe but still can. Correct. So you can have 3 instances of breathless by being a partially autonomous vampiric creature with a scuba mask. It's the scuba vampires! We're going full circle, chat. Shove is 1 turn action. A push is 2. Interesting. I think it would actually be 2 and 3, honestly. I feel like it's probably... Actually, no, hold on. I have an idea. Creature may spend 2 turn actions to attempt to push a creature. Shove another creature in a given direction. Given direction away from them. In doing so, the pushing creature must make a strength contest against the targeted creature's agility test of agility or strength test. Upon succeeding, the creature is pushed a number of meters equal to the difference. This is a really interesting one. A character with only gills? That's a thing. That's just a thing in Utopia. Vapor has tide turning the ocean to holy water. The Pope has turned the ocean to holy water. So if you beat the test by like a metric shit ton, you can push a creature like 100 meters. Or it can only be 1 meter, depending on how well they do in comparison to you. The following circumstances may modify the roll. The test. And it is that the pushing creature may spend 1 less turn action to push. If they do, they gain a point of disfavor. If it does, it gains 1 point of disfavor, and the targeted creature gains 1 point of favor. Oh, you know what? I think this is going to be a power test, specifically, against its choice of dexterity or power. Should this be fortitude? No, I think this is just a stunt test, actually. I think this is just a stunt test. This is weird. Push creatures 2 kilometers. That's so funny. I would love to be able to shove a creature 2 kilometers. Be like, hey. And then they just die. Because you just shoved them 2 kilometers in like 2 seconds. Which is like way too many G's. Oh yes, push them at Mach 5 and 1 additional turn action. If it does, it may use its strength score. It may make a strength test instead of a power test. Hey, watch this. Push them so hard their neck snaps. Get G-locked, nerd. Hey, you got poor right? Fast travel. Oh my god, dude. Someone's gonna make that build. You know someone's gonna make that build, right? Where they're just gonna have a buddy that can just push so hard, they move like a kilometer in like one turn action, and they're just gonna take parkour, eat the half DHP, and just call it a day. Who needs rocket ships and you can just throw them really hard? Real. What's up? Thank you so much. Distory?
Ha lol.
I wanted to call you Destroy, but I don't think it's spelled that way. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Make yourself at home. Boom. That's so fucking funny, dude. I love this so much. Grabs bootstraps. See ya. Here's how we're getting to space. The targeted creature may spend an interrupt action to make its display, right? Yes. Okay, that's pretty much the push mechanic right there. I want to go to the moon! Why wait?
Who needs science and numbers when me have strong
Wow,
arm?
so many words. There's so many words. Hello, Mr. Suna. How's it going? Mr. Suna, how are you doing? How's it going? Okay, that is a lot of stuff that we did, chat. We did a lot of stuff. Half-Life Float Glitch. SAO Bridge episode. What? They released another episode? I didn't know they still do that. Indeed, many much words. Many much
Ori,
words.
I'm going to host Sky Dino Monkey and Ty deleting slavery.
Oh, dope. Let's go. That sounds awesome.
Words
Stormy
are
right now,
reminding
Raiders
me
found
of
me.
the gay inspector.
Gay Inspector, McFucking excuse me? That's crazy, dude. I didn't think they still made episodes. That's wild. I can't believe that. We have swarm creatures. We have creature carrying. We have lit and dark regions. We have dynamic initiative, which we already had, but I wanted to point it out again. We have the push mechanic. We have diseases and curses, which gave us 3 different new ways of leveling, which also
At the
gave us
Forager 56,
2,
that seems
3,
boring.
4, 3 and some change technically.
Hey, Forager.
Actual curses and afflictions. We have Le Creature. Yippee. Not asking about this, I'm somehow roped into participating? Correct. It's your own fault. But do you have all your study talents? Definitely. Trust me. Definitely have all of them. Yup. Chat, just so you know, if you guys are on the Patreon, so if you guys become a patron, a couple of things are going to happen. If you are the champion level patron, then you will be able to access this document as it's being edited, both on stream and off stream. You can look at it whenever you want and look through it instead of just having to watch it on stream. If you are a Paragon, then we are going to add 2.5 hours to the clock beginning of
what
every
is
month.
your
And if you are
fighting
a
style
Daemon,
going to be?
if you are a Daemon tier, you will put 5 hours at the beginning of every stream, and you get to dedicate one stream theme to your choosing once a month for being Daemon. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate everybody who's supporting right now. You guys are absolutely amazing. You are the lifeblood of this channel. So make sure to check out Patreon if you haven't already.
At TyGuy614 losing.
And thank you for the drinks. You can also see the manuscript to Among Gods. So
Fried chicken.
if you have champion tier or higher, you can literally just see the Among Gods. So that's kind of wild. Another hydrate. Okay. It's moving rather fast. What is? Ack, my power went out. Oh, what? Your power went out? That's terrible. I'm so sorry. I was drinking Voltaic. Come on, man. At least you
Do
volunteered.
you think I can predict when you're drinking?
I think you can Voltaic, and I think you did that on purpose.
At
So,
Sky_Heights it'll probably slow down once character ideas and things are in
Thank you for
place
the
so I
drink.
can have maps and things ready.
Oh, look, another drink. I may be a god, but I'm not omniscient, says Voltaic. You guys really like that worder. I don't know what you got against that whole worder thing, but you really seem to like that worder. All I've decided is I need to play something with stealth, since there's currently a blank space between everyone else. Interesting. It's raining and they made my power die. Rain, you must have done this. I can't believe you've done this, Rain. I'm running out of order, chat. I'm running out of order here. One more before I let it build up. I have no sweets. Aw, I'm hungry for chocolate. Dude, that's actually so real. I have a coconut cream pie right now. It has been my worst enemy and my best friend at the same time. I fucking love coconut cream pie so much. Get larger water container. But I love drinking water out of a Merg. I love my Merg water. What am I gonna do without my Merg water, Chert? Chert, what do you want me to do without my Merg water? I'm having way too much fun with this chat. I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ. Can you send me some? Absolutely. No, actually, you're gonna have to come here for Voltaic. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to come here for your coconut cream pie. I'll buy you chocolate too. I'll buy you chocolate if you come here.
Thought I was being called a Muppet.
Oh, you want some ice cream? Here, come here.
Water.
Whoever wants ice cream, here he is. You know what? God damn it.
Squat down to Ori's level.
For anyone who doesn't know,
LMAO.
that Sherbert plays. I just want to make you drink all your water. Not my water. Not my water. I like how Sky's thing is that she's the main character and mine has become... Yeah, he's the stealth maestro. God damn it. Another hydrate? This is the last one before... This is the last one before I'm letting them pile up. That or I'm just gonna start drinking my energy drink. I'm gonna start drinking... Yeah, next hydrate's energy drinks. Anti-hydrate. Delicious chat. This has been an extremely
At the
productive
Forager
Adventures Guide day.
56 no.
This was wildly
Sherb
productive.
squatting to Ori's level? I would think he would need to go down a staircase.
Hey, you know what's even better about today's Adventures Guide being so super, what's it called? Being so productive is that you guys didn't learn anything about Draconic lore. And that's great for me. We can't let him drink energy drinks. No, my drink. I still plan to use this suit as A, you let me out of the basement, and B, I can afford to. No. So today was actually super amazing, honestly. I'm very happy with what we got done today. The website's been updated. Voltaic was hard at work with that. Good thing he's in the basement and never leaving. So we got the website updated. You can now put homebrew content on the website right now, which is super cool. I think I might actually do a Utopia ping for that. Voltaic, if there's any kinks that we want to work out, I feel like we want to probably do that before we send out a ping, but I feel like it's honestly just pretty solid. Like, if nothing else, it's just a forum base, you know what I mean, where people can post their homebrew content, which is really freaking cool. Maybe adding more stuff to the homebrew editor and things like that, but even then, like, just the page layout and stuff like that, I feel like it's pretty solid. I think I might want to send you some of the more template designs for a homebrew border, per se, so that there's like a space for like homebrew stuff, and I'll just like design it, make it that stuff. But other than that, I'm so fucking ready. This is so cool, dude. I'm so excited. Voltaic is very good at being good at it. It's amazing. Now, I think it's about time that we're gonna be getting into a rating, and luckily, let's see. Headless has won the guide the raid, and we're gonna see if that person that they chose is live. Oh, that person is not, unfortunately. So let's see if. There we go. All right, chat. Ooh, their stream looks so cute. This is such a good choice. Oh my goodness. Chat, make sure to copy that raid message, post it in the chat, let them know who sent you. I really appreciate you guys for being here. This has been a ton of fun. Tomorrow is the next session of Pious Return, and I hope you guys are going to be there for it. The first episode of Pious Return on YouTube will hopefully be going out very, very soon. So check that out on the Ori Does channel. Go subscribe and support the Ori Does channel. You guys get hella milestone rewards if the YouTube channel gets more subscribers, gets more support. Really, really appreciate that. It helps out the channel a ton. This one and that one. Like, it's a huge one. The Ori Does channel is a huge one, and that's where the Pious Returned episodes are going to be. I love you guys so much. You guys are absolutely amazing. Post that raid message in the chat. Show them some love. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Pious Return, and I love you. Bye!
Thanks for stream, Ori. Bye.
I tried to shake it, find